ꯑꯁꯣꯝꯗꯁꯨ ꯆꯤꯡꯕ ꯌꯥꯗ꯭ꯔꯕ? ꯑꯣ ꯆꯨꯝꯃꯦ.
Okay, ikaw na
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So can you please share a few moments with us with our YouTube Kutsem Live? So how about your visit to Manipur? Is it the first time, and how is your experience? What is the plan after this festival?
Oh, great. Hi, YouTubers, and I'm Jerry Pinto. I'm here for the
Ukiyo Bookstore Festival for the first time in Manipur. My first visit to Manipur, my first visit to Imphal, but I'm hoping not my last. Unfortunately, because I'm really busy, I probably have to go back on Sunday. But I did have a lovely time at the Peace Museum, which I visited, and of course I went shopping at the Ima Kaitel market and bought a whole load of stuff. And there's a lovely Kaitel Express over here, which is selling some really excellent stuff, including a Sangrai perfume, which I'm taking back lots of for my friends in Bombay. But actually, what I really enjoyed was the conversations yesterday and the interaction with the local Manipuri students and with the local Manipuri audiences who had come for the festival, taking time out in order to sit and chat with us. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for causing all my books to sell out at the bookstore this morning. Thanks a lot, Manipur, and see you soon.
I saw.
Anything about what you feel and what is the plan after this festival?
Okay.
How do you feel about this festival? Anything?
Yeah, so it's wonderful being in Ukiyo. In any case, I love coming to Imphal, Manipur, and all the culture and the people and everything. And of course, the food. So everything is lovely. And here, it's been a very good mix of young and old. I'm loving this Ukiyo festival because it is organized by young people, and so there's a vibe, and it's lovely to see that younger people are taking so much interest in books. Okay, and a festival around books is always something, because books is what we do. So people who are organizing this, young people, and it's the books, so it's wonderful, and it's very, what shall I say, it's very encouraging for authors like us that celebrations around books are being held by young people, organized by young people in Imphal, and I hope this continues, and I will watch the progress of this festival with great interest over the years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and we'd like to see you more coming here. Thank you very much.
Mona, the YouTubers want to hear. That's also part of it.
Channel, and yeah, must be a different one. But please share, I mean, whatever you feel about this festival, and moreover, how do you feel about Manipur? And please share your, I mean, after this festival, what's your plan about traveling here? And
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, I think the Ukiyo festival has been lovely, and I think it's the first time that the Ukiyo people have organized this. It's excellently done, and we have enjoyed ourselves very much. Thank you to the entire team who's been responsible and brought us together. And I think it's great always to meet up with fellow writers, especially in a place like Manipur, which is very well known for its culture, for its literature. So, I mean, I would love to come back again. And this isn't my first trip, by the way. So, I'm quite familiar with your cuisine, especially your food. I love it. So, and after this, I'll be going to Shillong for a while, staying there for a while. And I guess that's my plans for now. Thank you.
thanks for coming, and please do come back more often. This is our YouTube channel. We have been streaming live since yesterday, all the conversations. So please share a few moments about this festival especially. This is the first time. Is it the first time you visit to Imphal? So please share your experience and especially about this festival and what your plan after this and future, everything.
Hi, I'm Amrita Mahale, author of the novel Milk Teeth. I'm here for the Ukiyo Lit Fest. This is my first time in Imphal, first time in Manipur. I had a great time so far. Have enjoyed the hospitality of the Ukiyo team and the lovely food, and I'm looking forward to some sightseeing over the weekend.
Thank you very much. And about the sightseeing, have you ever been to any part so far, or is it going to be after this festival only?
I've done a little bit of sightseeing. We went to the Peace Museum on the first day, went to Kangla Fort this morning, and going to Loktak this evening. Yeah.
That's really a nice place.
Yeah, yeah. And oh, I didn't talk about the best part. It was so lovely interacting with so many readers, and I don't think I've ever signed as many books as I have here. So it's good to meet all the readers of Imphal. Yeah. I will, yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will be beginning our second day of the Ukiyo Literature Festival 2019 shortly. I would request the team of Thoibi Manipuri Dance and Cultural Research Institute to please be on standby. We will start in the next 5 minutes exactly. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. I'd request everybody to please be seated. We will begin our day 2 shortly. I would request everyone to please be seated so that we can start the function. A very warm welcome to everybody gathered here today to show your love and support to undoubtedly the most happening festival in town, the Ukiyo Literature Festival 2019, powered by RK Fortune Developers Private Limited, here at the Manipur Trade and Expo Center, Lamboy Khong Nang Khong. My name is Nisha and I will be your host for today. It is indeed an absolute honor to be given this opportunity to be part of this festival, and I hope you all have a wonderful time here today. I want to begin by citing a small line by the famous visionary Sir Henry Ford, who once said, "Coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success." It was indeed this mantra of working together as a team that has made a group of young minds come together with a first of its kind crowd-funded 2-day literary festival here in Imphal. Of course, the brain behind the festival is this 29-year-old gentleman named Martin Thokchom, owner of a less than a year-old bookstore called Ukiyo. Round of applause for him, please. Also, we'd like to mention that the team behind the festival consists of really like-minded people book lovers and enthusiasts, namely Rakesh Konjengbam, Natali Ningthokongjam, Parul Tayenjam, Kulbhushan Khundrakpam, Reji Thokchom, Thokchom Tutu Singh, Atom Devashore, Irengbam Gemini, Yaifaba Irengbam, Rishikesh, Robin Wang Kem, Angamba Mayeng Lembam, Sandeep Yeng Khom, Laishram Niraj Kumar Singh, and Laishram Rishi Kumar. I'm sorry if I've got some of the names a little incorrectly. We are extremely thankful and happy to be associated with our sponsors for this event, the Classic Group of Hotels, Arun Enterprises, HVS, the Sangai Hotel, MePax, Mahai, Sanamahi Motors, Sri Manikumar Jewelers, Tandoori, Runway Cafe, Fast Track, Medilane, Kumek Food Hub, and Fitos Cafe. Our print media partner for the festival is the People's Chronicle, Pongnapham, online media partner, Kutsem Live and Kangla Broadband, TV media partner, Impact TV, decorating partner, Flying Flora Manipur. I would also like to mention that the donors who have very selflessly contributed to this festival and has made this possible is because of names like Javed Siddiqui, Rakesh Takhilambam, R.K. Buddhisaran, who has contributed in the name of his late grandfather, R.K. Shitaljit, who was a noted writer, scholar, and educationalist. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us begin this eventful day with the very popular Manipuri folk dance, Fungarel Jagoi, presented by the talented team of Thoibi Manipuri Dance and Cultural Research Institute. A small introduction to this folk dance, which is the Fungarel Jagoi. Fungarel Jagoi is preceded by the Maibi Laiching Jagoi, which is an integral part of the famous Lai Haraba festival of Manipur that represents the unique heritage of the ancient pre-Vaishnavite culture of the Manipuris. The dance form is usually performed during the festival in dedication to please the Umang Lai, the ancestral god of the Meiteis. The Maibis, in their immaculately designed white dresses, delightfully dance to the melodious tune of the Langde Pung, a percussion instrument, and the Pena, the traditional fiddle. Maibi Laiching Jagoi symbolizes the creation of life and genesis of the human evolution in the rhythmic and absorbing dance style. This deeply meditative dance is an invocation of the ancestral spirits for the fertility, abundance, and growth. From the foothill of the Manipuri Valley, the Chakpa community had been assimilated into the mainstream of Meitei society from ancient time. Yet they retained certain unique forms of the ritual and performative practices which became a variant in the overall pattern of the Meitei cultural expression. The Fungarel Jagoi is a dance of the keeper of the hearts. Please enjoy. Thank you. Thank you for that breathtaking performance for B Manipuri Dance and Cultural Research Institute. Moving on, I'd like to begin this exciting day today with the first session. It is my pleasure to introduce and invite on stage our first speakers for today, Dhruva Hazarika and Mitra Fukan with Ravi Singh. Dhruva Hazarika was born in Shillong and educated at St. Edmund School and College. He served as a lecturer in economics for a brief period before joining the Assam Civil Service in 1983. In 1999, he was inducted into the Indian Administrative Service, serving in various capacities, and he retired while in the rank of Commissioner and Secretary to the Government of Assam in early 2016. Post-retirement, he was appointed as member of the Assam Public Service Commission, from where he retired in July 2018. Dhruva Hazarika's first step into the literary world began early in life, influenced as he was by his mother's wide reading as well as by the encouragement that he received from his teachers. From being the editor of the college magazine to his many published works over the years, Dhruva Hazarika has written over 100 short stories, essays published in various journals and newspapers. Till date, Penguin has published 3 of his books comprising 2 novels, A Bowstring Winter and Sons of Brahma, and a short story collection, Luck. His next collection of short stories, Savage Men, is due for release later by Speaking Tiger this year. Dhruva Hazarika is a recipient of the DY 365 Literary Award and the All India Katha Award for fiction in English. He is a founder member of the vibrant Northeast Writers Forum and is presently its president. Apart from reading and writing, his other interests include painting, woodwork, trekking, and cosmology. He has traveled widely both at home and abroad, but is happiest when with his family. A small introduction for our next speaker, Mitra Fukan. Mitra Fukan is a writer, translator, and columnist working in English who lives in Guwahati, Assam. Her published literary works include 4 children's books, a biography, 2 novels, The Collector's Wife, and A Monsoon of Music, several volumes of translations of other novels, and a collection of 50 of her columns, Guwahati Gaze. Her most recent works are a collection of her own short stories, A Full Night's Thievery, Speaking Tiger 2016, and another translated book, Afghani Bai and Other Stories, 2019. She writes extensively on Indian music as a reviewer and essayist. Her works have been translated into many languages, and several of her works are taught in colleges and universities. As a translator herself, she has put across the works of some of the best-known writers of fiction in Asomia into English, including the much-lauded Blossoms in the Graveyard, a translation of Gyanpith awardee Birendra Kumar Bhattacharya's Kobor Aru Phul. Her column, All Things Considered, in the Assam Tribune is very widely read. She has also been extensively anthologized by publishers across the country. Ravi Singh is a publisher and a co-founder, Speaking Tiger Books, an independent publishing company based in Delhi. Before this, he was publisher and editor-in-chief with Penguin Books India and co-publisher with Aleph Book Company. Since 1994, he has worked with many of the finest authors writing from or about South Asia. Over to the panelists. Thank you.
So I hope both of you, you'll speak, because this pehle aap started, you know who's going to sit in there, so don't be so diffident about the whole thing when you're speaking. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. And it's really a great delight and a privilege to be in conversation with two authors who are also wonderful human beings and friends, but also people who are among the small group of pioneers as far as English language writing from not just Assam, but the rest of the Northeast also is concerned. What we're going to do is start with short readings. Both of them will read for about 5 minutes from the one of their books that they feel will give a flavor of their writing. And then after that we will have, let's say, about half an hour of a conversation, maybe some more reading in between. But what they are really interested in, and what I think will also be really good and make this a much more interesting session, is if there are lots of questions from all of you. So let's start with the readings first. Should I ask? Ruba? Yeah, see, I said so. Yeah.
I'll have to hold the mic and the book. What can I speak? Read from?
Yeah. You're reading from Bowstring? So, okay. So will you tell us a little bit about the book? In the sense, I mean, I know it was your debut novel, but anything else that you want to say about it before you start reading? Just to give context. Just a line or so we know what the book is and where it's set.
Very good morning to the August gathering here. Ravi and Mitra on the dais, good morning to you. I'm reading out from a book called The Bowstring Winter, which was published way back in 2006. And this book is basically to do with what we call the underbelly of Shillong. Shillong is perceived to be a very cosmopolitan and very sophisticated place for many. But as my film director friend, poet friend, Tarun Bhartia said a week back, there are many dimensions to Shillong. So this book is about, the background is about Tir, archery, and about a number of characters who revolve around this game of Tir. I will not make this preliminary details too long because it gets boring, but as has been requested by Ravi and agreed upon earlier, I'll read out a 5-minute passage from the last chapter of this book, Bowstring Winter. By the way, this story is essentially about the friendship. Again, the core of it is between two persons. A man called Kharkongor, a very old man who's as old as the hills, who's one of the best archers perhaps in the entire country then, fictionally. And a young person called John Dakhar. I've used the full name here, unlike as it happens in real life. Generally you address someone by the first name, the Christian name, but I've given the full name John Dakhar for a deliberate purpose which the reader will probably perceive when they read the book. But this is, the final climax is, the climax is between the two of them running away from a Tir gangster, a mobster who wants them dead. So, is my voice too loud? They walked through the woods, across the stream, and then cautiously once again onto the road. It was a dew-drenched night with the moon struggling behind swirls of clouds, with the cries of bats caught in a no-man's land of light and shade, swamped by fear and hate, even as John Dakhar and the Tir man is Kharkongor, catwalked through the winding road of lower Nongrim Hills towards the bus stop at Fire Brigade. There was in John Dakhar a sense of being trapped, but at the same time also a freedom at the thought that even as he was being hunted, he had joined the hunter in the game. Through the many hours that followed his eavesdropping on that extraordinary conversation in Jennifer's house and of his own confrontation with her, he had felt an emptiness which only the subsequent events during the night and the day that followed could keep at bay. In the sleep that calmed him the night before, there had been the same emptiness, softened only by his own physical tiredness and by the presence of the tear man next to him. But as the night now breathed into him, the words resurfaced, drawing claws across his soul, and yet drawn as he was into an inexorable procession of violence, he felt simultaneously a liberty, a freedom from the ravages of the words heard in Jennifer's house. It was the freedom of a guilty man seeking expiation from his sins through actions that he considered noble and justified. He was a hunter of the men who killed James Shulai Karlukhi, but he was also the hunted, a man who had throttled his own freedom, and now he was hunting even as he was hunted. They had kept to the side of the road, hesitating before taking a bend, falling into drains whenever a car came up or went down. Sometime later, they reached the main street leading to Limekra from Fire Brigade. The roads were empty except for an occasional bike rider or a drunk staggering home. A few taxis went by. The last show in the theatres still had another hour to go. They crossed the road to Lomori, that long, narrow-laned hill edges into St. Edmund's College. Down via Limekra Market to the St. Anthony's College field, along a stony path by the side of a stream, and then up to a coal depot, almost directly opposite Kaizang. The moon had slid off, the darkness and the chill boring into John Dakhar's flesh and bones. It was a longish compound that went up in a slope to the pavement. Coal debris covered the ground, and from the Assam-type house came a thin rectangular block of light that fell without distinction on a heap of coal by the side of a wall. Without the moon, the compound was pitch dark, and the two men went up closer to the stone steps that led up to the road. The tea man bent low, wiped his nose, and inhaled sharply. "Let us see from here who comes out of Kaizang. I do not underestimate Charlie," he said, "and his cunning." From the pines behind them, from the hill, came the wind, slicing over the hills, streams and rooftops, picking up the coal dust, whipping into the men and against the wall of the compound, above which lay the street, and across it, Kaizang. I think that's 5 minutes, Ravi. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning. It's lovely to be here. Thank you so much, Ukyo, for having me. And it's lovely to see so many young faces interested in books and literature. So since we are beginning with a reading, I would like to read from a short story of mine from this book, A Full Night's Thievery. And this story is called Spring Song. Spring Song refers to a Bhupen Hazarika song. You know the singer, right? Bhupen Hazarika. This is a song, Hoikhavote Dhemalite. This is referring to the youth of the singer. And the story itself is about a couple. The woman has moved on from the relationship, but the man thinks of it as a betrayal.
So this is the point where they don't exactly meet. He's singing this song and she sees him from a distance. And this is addressed as a letter to the man with whom she was very close at one time, but has now moved on and is now married to another. So, and I loved writing this story, which I wrote some years ago, because it was inspired by a song that a singer friend of mine sang. And the way he sang it, it was as if all women are betrayers in love. So this was my response to him. It's spring again, Bohag. Once more, the air is full of the sounds of dhol and pepa. Once more, lilting bihu songs gladden the heart of even the most hardened cynic. Once more, the streets of the city are full of people dressed in their best, going from one bihu pandal to another, listening to their favorite singers, watching lissome young girls dance joyously to the enticing beats that their handsome partners thrum out through horn and drum, cymbal and song. Yes, it's Bohag, the month of joy, a time of celebration. The coolie calls out endlessly to its soulmate far into the balmy nights. Setting aside their usual shyness, cascades of kopo bloom boldly as busy bees hum happily around this sudden abundance of beauty. It's been several years since I've come back to the city in time for Rongali Bihu. My life in England, Scotland actually, is full and fulfilling, but living under grey skies and weak, watery sunshine, I've yearned often for the brilliant blue and gold of the Bohag firmament, the warmth of the spring sun on winter-chilled skin, the touch of the warm breeze that is so like a lover's caress. I've been sunlight deprived and hadn't known it till I found myself once more in my birthplace during Rongali Bihu. Yes, I have laughed and sung, danced and been happy in this season. It's amazing, isn't it, that the whole city celebrates spring with such abandon. The sap rose in my veins too, though I am well past my youth. I've yearned for Varun's presence near me as I had gone from Bihutoli to Bihutoli with friends and family, taking in the songs and the singers, the dancers and the dancers, sharing joy and bonhomie, love and laughter. But Borun is far away across several oceans, too busy with his work to come back for a month's holiday. He calls every day though, wanting to know what I have been doing, whom I have met, what is life like in the land of my birth now. I told him casually that I saw you last night. Just as casually, he asked if we had talked. No, I said, truthfully, across the static that has suddenly thrummed through the wires, we had not. Indeed, I am not even very sure that you'd seen me at all. I'll miss a few paragraphs and then I'll just end with this little bit. It was amazing that when I saw you last night, I still felt a little frisson. It was a thrill of what? It wasn't love, no, nothing like what I'd felt during our years together in college, when the mere sight of you across the room was enough for me to break out in goose pimples. But I certainly felt, well, something. How could I not, after all those afternoons spent under flaming Krishnasura trees in bloom, or evenings by the side of the Luit, watching the vast river go quietly by, never letting us know its great strength, its power. You were singing of the Luit when I saw you last night. Luit is what we call the Brahmaputra in Assamese. Seema had had a small stage built at one end of a large lawn, and you were there, almost as I remembered you. From that distance, across the garden, you still looked as though you were performing at one of those college festivals, the ones where you'd always been. Such a major attraction. Surrounded by tablas and guitars, harmonium, and now even an electronic keyboard, you looked as you had 10 years ago when I last saw you. Strong, romantic, vulnerable, and achingly handsome. Every girl's dream come true, in fact. But dreams are unidimensional. Life is not. Life has many dimensions, has it not? Many facets. Thank you.
Okay, so I thought, and we discussed this all of us, let's just start with the, the questions that very often asked, is the question of language. So, and Mitra, because you've actually also translated from Assamese, so, and I suppose if you tried really, really hard, if you were sensitive to the kind of things that people say, you could write in Assamese and say, "Acha, now I've done my duty and I can, go back to English." But let's just, what are the challenges? Because obviously English is the language in which you can actually, tell your stories most confidently, right? And this thing keeps coming up, the question of authenticity, therefore, and are you able to communicate the realities of the society that you're writing about, or the society also that you live in English? Are you, number one, has that ever been something that you wish you could have done right in Assamese because some realities you couldn't communicate as effectively in English? And number two is the challenge really is because, somehow it is thought to be less authentic and therefore less, well, yeah, I suppose it's elitist too. So it's always about limitations, always about a kind of betrayal. Would you like to talk a little bit about that?
Yes, thank you, Ravi. This is actually a question that has been, like something at my heels all the time till today. Just the other day, somebody asked me that this is all very well, you're writing in English and all that, but why don't you write in Assamese, your mother tongue after all, okay? It is my mother tongue, no doubt about it, but it is my home language, and I think I speak it the most. Assamese is the language I speak the most, but I write in English because I'm comfortable in that, writing in that. And I think you don't really choose the language that you're going to write in, the language chooses you. In my case, it was because I was educated in English medium. My father had a job that took him across continents. Obviously, English language education was the only choice, the only thing that could be there for us. And so this was the language that I write in, okay? But there are so many languages, all of us are multilingual. And I find it very strange when I go to some country and they have only one language. They speak only one language and it's really weird. What I feel is that we are not only a unilingual community, a society, or even people. And these languages, as Jerry had said so nicely, so beautifully yesterday, these languages seep across to each other and they carry back their love scars too. I'm going to quote you on this. So the English that I write in, that he writes in, that you write in, it is my own English, my very personal English, which has been molded by all the languages that I know. And this is something that I try to explain when I say, people with the best of intentions were telling me right in the beginning that it's very nice, you're writing this and so on. We both began with middles. It's very nice, but you must try to write in Assamese because that will get you a bigger audience. Now, it was not the question of the audience, but I could not express myself in writing in Assamese. Just as probably I will not be able to say many things in English, which I can say with great fluency in Assamese and Bangla, not so much Hindi because the genders get me there, but some things I can say. So my point is that and then just the other day people were saying that, somebody was saying that why, I mean some time ago they were saying this, that why are you sitting here and writing in English? You should be in Delhi or Bombay. Yeah, and if you're going to write in English, you may as well go there and write there, because that is what people want to read. Who wants to read in Assam? And it was very depressing, because that's all I could do. And why? I don't want to write about Delhi. I want to write about where I stay, where I live, where things are happening around me. So these are the things. And my not a conscious response, but my response and a kind of guilt thing is that, okay, I'm not going to write in Assamese. I am going to do something much more important. I am going to translate writers who have really touched me in Assamese. I am going to try my best and translate them as best as I can into English. So that, you know, and that's also a joy for me to translate.
Dhruba, the same question to you, but I just wanted to add another kind of dimension to it, which maybe you could address, is there are people who say, you know, it isn't authentic and that you lose touch with reality to some extent if it is English that you're writing in. Now, Mitra has answered, which probably, you know, is what you feel too, that that's a language, that's also your language, you'll make it your own, you write it in English, you'll write. But also, what about the impoverishment that would come to somebody if they weren't able to express themselves in English? Because, I mean, I'm just talking, I don't write, but from my experience, English opened entire new doors for me. You know, so it helps, it kind of takes you also out of that little ghetto that you otherwise would be in, and your limited experiences also. How liberating was English for you in that sense? Also liberating in the sense when you were, before you were writing, when you were actually reading and, you know, your mind was expanding because of all of that and the influences that you were absorbing. I know, and I ask this because you have, you know, the passion that you have for some writers, like Westerns. You love those, and those have been a great influence. You wouldn't have had any of that if, you know. So would you like to just talk about that also while answering the question about, you know, the problematic space that you inhabit writing in English? Also is said, I don't think it's problematic.
Ravi, it's, you know, it's been ingrained into us right from the beginning that English is a foreign language. So subconsciously you begin to feel that you're dealing with something foreign from the very moment you say your, you know, utter your A, B, C, D, E, F. That itself is a hindrance to writing effortlessly. I would say when your subconscious is free, your writing can be much better. Now we have been ingrained into thinking that the English language is basically a second language. It's like Mitra said, that it need not be your essentially your intrinsic language. But she had once made a distinction between your first language and your mother tongue. Your mother tongue, it was basically coined by, because she's sitting next to me and because we have been friends for more than 50 years, I'm quoting her. So I remember that classification about the first language and the mother tongue. Now, the hindrances are there, but I don't feel uncomfortable with my first language. There may be, you know, when I utter something, the accent may not be the Pakka British type. I don't give a hang about it because I'm an Indian. And they say that the English language is a bastardized language because it can incorporate so many aspects of other languages from all over the world. And you know as much as I do how much of the Indian languages, especially Hindi, has been incorporated into English. So with those kind of experiences, plus the fact that you, I and all of us here in the audience have read a sizable amount of books which a person per year is capable of reading. If at all you use the word passion, when you have passion you are blind, and blindness leads to a kind of love which leaves no scope for any hindrances. You feel that you can reach for the sky. And hence, because of this love, because of the love for reading, for the love of writing, fiction, and whatever fiction came our way, because we didn't have a specific guide to tell us that we ought to read the Bible and we ought not to read pornography. It was an eclectic understanding of reading in a wide scale, and through whatever filtration that came in, Ravi, we could feel that the essays we wrote in school were approved by the teachers, which is why I think in my introductory, introduction, they said that my teachers had influenced me. Yes, they did, because when something is read out, you feel that you are not. It's not a hindrance. It's not an impoverishment, like you said. It's basically it leads you to do more. And books, I think they have been more important in my life than writings. The writings have been a side effect or a byproduct of the reading, because when you read, you don't want to. You feel at first inadequate because you're reading the great writers. You're reading Dostoevsky and Shakespeare, and then you feel, what am I going to do? But then that is not very important when you want to do some story writing, when fiction comes into you, in as much as poetry comes into the poets. You begin to feel that the language that you are in possession of is sufficiently okay for you to go ahead to communicate with somebody who also has that same inclination. I think
so by what I'm saying, and this is the also question that I wanted to ask, and later, but I'd ask it now because this is also about individual realities, and obviously and especially in a region which is so politically charged, and questions of identity, etc. But in this, what can sometimes happen is that individual realities and histories get lost. Yeah, and I think that can sometimes make the work poorer. Because not necessarily will it make that kind of writing propaganda, but it does limit it, I think. And what is remarkable about both the writing that both of you do is that is always there. The social realities are always there. The politics is also there in it. But the individual stories are, in a sense, the focus. So is that important to you? Is the individual more important to you? Now, this is a simplistic question, but you can make it more complex in your answer, maybe. Is the individual really, ultimately, is your loyalty to the individual and the individual story?
The character.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, in all my works, actually I think it's inevitable, the milieu or the surroundings, they have to come into, you cannot have a character in a vacuum, okay? And I don't know how it is for other writers who are all here, but my response is sometimes to a character, but my response is usually to happenings, okay? For instance, in The Collector's Wife, I resist writing about politics because, politics, hard politics, I resist writing about it. But I find that the impact that these political decisions or the impact that social realities are having on an individual, good and bad, okay? This is what urges me to write down the story, and often I find the character ready-made in the situation. Of course, the question of imagination is also there, the question of rounding off that character. Sometimes a glance from a character in a particular situation. For instance, in The Collector's Wife, I wasn't there firsthand, but somebody was caught in one of these long processions, which we are all familiar with. And then now, of course, you hear of stone throwing in Kashmir, but somebody threw a stone. And the victim and the stone thrower exchanged glances. When I heard of that, I kind of, and then she had to be taken to a hospital and a lot of things, which I have, of course, made into a story and all that. So these are the things, the surroundings are there, but mostly the surroundings as they impact people. As human beings, I like to have the human aspect. I like to have my focus, I try to keep the focus on people and what these things are doing to people. And especially for The Collector's Wife, which is a very political background.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. It is actually a very political book as well.
And I don't know, it became very political. I mean, not became, because when I was writing about it, that was a highly charged time. There were deaths and so on. Very, very political. But even then, and then I was criticized at home in Assam because I was writing from a neutral point of view, from the point of view of humanity. Okay, that all this is fine. Yes, of course, these things need to be done, what we are doing. But look at the human cost. At that time, we were a highly charged political environment. This human cost that I put in, many people came to me and said, where was the need to say this? Why did you say this?
Were they saying that you, in some sense, betrayed the Assam movement?
Right. Absolutely. That it was a betrayal of something. But then I was writing in English and nobody would read me anyway. So that was... But the good thing is, can I share a little anecdote?
Yes, of course, yeah.
So, in one of our readings, I think at the Asia Literary Festival in Guwahati, I was reading out from The Collector's Wife, and this was, I wrote about something, I forget which piece I read, but I read out something about how something affected, a dharna or something like that, affected the protagonist, Rukmini, the girl. And then there was a Manipuri gentleman, a writer, in the crowd, Salam Tomba. He came up with tears in his eyes, and he's here somewhere. I'm so grateful to him. And then he came up and he said, this is the situation in Manipur as well. May I translate it for you? May I translate this book? I said, oh my God, of course, if you have tears in your eyes, I don't know anything about you, but you are the person to translate it. So what I also want to say, with reference to this language question, it doesn't matter. I look at the book beautifully done that he has. I look at it and I know that his emotions have gone into it as they have into mine. So language does not really matter. It is what the story is and the characters.
In this instance, I would say that he wouldn't have had access to it. If it hadn't been written in English, he wouldn't have read it, he wouldn't have identified with that experience. I'm presuming, of course, that he can't read Assamese. Maybe he can, but okay. Dhruba, the same question to you also. And in your case, your let's say, the intensity of it would be greater because your professional life took you very close to politics, in a sense, to the political landscape, to the conflicts, to questions of identity. And yet, like for instance, your story Chicken Fever, which I think is an extraordinary story. It also got an award, I think the Katha Award. But it is just brilliant for the manner in which it, emotions are always center stage. It's about, you'll talk about it later. Maybe you can also read about it. But violence, state repression, oppression, etc. All of that is there. It's primarily about that, but the story is told through this very tender, heartbreaking kind of encounter that happens later also. How do you retain? Again, and in all your stories, it is actually the individual. And loneliness, I always feel, is a part of it. Questions of friendship, masculinity, the difficulty of love, in a sense, not being able to connect with people, and connections happening almost incidentally in ways that will never ever grow beyond that moment. So all that, they're very poignant. How do you manage to do all that? Because the politics is always there, not just in your writing, but in your life.
It's okay. It's a pretty tough question, Ravi, and it hadn't been asked that way to me by others before, but let me marshal my thoughts. I think, it's basically, I've relied basically on my memory, whatever little I have of that. My imagination, again, whatever little I have of that. But most important to me are the experiences I've gathered. And yesterday you used a word called sensibilities. I feel that very good English, you may have good grammar, but if you don't have the sensibility backing it up, maybe the story will not reach up to the kind of expectation you might have it for yourself, the yardstick that you have for yourself. So they say all poets and all writers are sensitive. I feel that every human being is sensitive, and that writing is a craft, and that this craftsmanship comes basically from, like I said, the experiences that you have gathered, and from the kind of sensibilities that are provoked from these experiences. And because I have been a bureaucrat, because I have been a magistrate out in the fields for many years, donkey's years, until I came to the secretariat, which gave me experiences, but not of the kind that I acquired in the fields. I have seen tragedy, I have seen betrayal of the worst sort, worse betrayal than between a husband and a wife being disloyal to one another. I have seen what it is like to be incredibly petty. I have seen corruption, financial and non-financial, at its worst. And I have seen greatness also sacrifice at its best. So, because I have been lured by fiction, reading books, the westerns, you said, when the sheriff comes into town and says, you don't make a move, this is my town, I can only see good and no evil here, get out of town. So I thought, why every nook and corner had a story, Ravi. Everywhere I went, I met some young boys today, the security guards there outside, they've got splendid stories there. I asked one of them. So, then from that touchstone, you widen out. And because you are ashamed sometimes to say that this is fact, you make it into fiction, which you know very well because you are the one who deals with us. And as an administrator, you tend to get a lot of arrogance because everybody comes to you and says, sir. Yesterday you said, you told Trisha, why call me sir? We don't like being called sir when it is not required. So that reduces your experience because you begin to fall into a groove and think that you know everything. That the tussle between trying to know and extract the experiences not only as a bureaucrat but also as a very, very normal, decent, hopefully unassuming human being. That conflict itself allows you certain kind of imagination and inspiration, Ravi, which otherwise I think had I been a pianist or had I been an architect, and again I'm not belittling them, these are very noble professions, perhaps I couldn't have written in the mediocre way that I write now. And I'm not being humble, I'm just being honest about this. So experiences, memory, imagination and the sensibility part, these four, if looked into with the correct perspective and provided you have the kind of confidence maybe Jerry has or Mamang and Istreen and Robin have or Mitra Baido, then I think one is empowered, Ravi. But even this I feel is not, I have not adequately expressed the final thing, which is the subconscious. The human language has been articulated for the last 70,000 years. Before that, there was perhaps no language as such. There was basically signs and carvings. And at that time, for millions, thousands of years, much more than 70,000 years, we had this subconscious working. So this subconscious, Henry Miller said this, which has been quoted by Cormac McCarthy, is a stronger language than language per the way we have it. The ABCs and the alphabet and the vowels are less powerful than the subconscious. But what kind of a language is a subconscious if it has no letters or vowels? It is experiences. There's something that is not articulated, which is between the lines. And you write between the lines and try to tell yourself first and then the reader that please read between the lines. What is not said is more powerful than what is said.
And so the subconscious is in these situations of extraordinary situations, conflict or anything else, is where, like you talked about the stone thrower and was it security person, or they looking in each, then who was protagonist? So that moment where a connection happens, which is tenuous, to put it mildly, just that, words aren't spoken, something's happened, a connection has happened. Which is also in your case, in Dhruba's, in Chicken Fever again, unspoken, a strange kind of connection has happened, which is very, very moving. Also because it will never really be realized, fully realized. And now this may be difficult territory for you, don't answer later, but I'll come back to you about this. So this question of human contact, so for lack of a better word, let's say love, right? In both in your stories, most of them, and Collector's Wife also, and the other stories, and the novel that you read, which will soon be out, it's this question of love, the different registers of love. I may be getting it wrong, but in your case, it's the possibility of love, and maybe the confidence and the courage to reach out for it. In many of his stories, it's the impossibility of love, and yet there's always this absence. It's always an absence. The love is almost, friendship kind of to some extent substitutes for love, and that love, that connection doesn't happen. Let's talk about the question of love. How important is it for you when you're writing your stories? And then we'll come to Dhruba, who I think will take a while to figure out how to answer this question. Yeah.
But that's something that's really, you've put a slant on it, which I never thought about before. But yes, the possibility of love at many different situations, even when because there's so much violence in some of my stories, not just this novel, but other stories, even in this Full Night's Thievery, there is, and violence all around, but love, somehow I find it may sound simplistic, I try not to make it simplistic, but as a means of transcending all this negativity around. And of course, in my forthcoming book with you, society holds back. Beyond a certain point, you cannot, at least from where I come from, a smallish town, I mean, it's Guwahati, but it's a very closed society. I am a Hindu in a milieu which is very closed. We are very open in many ways, but in some ways we are not. We all have restrictions placed on us, which also that you cannot love. You cannot love beyond this. You cannot love. Yes, these loves are allowed to you. Marital love is allowed to you. But once you are no longer married, this love is not allowed to you. And if you are beyond a certain age, we are a very ageist society. Beyond a certain age, love is not allowed to you. And it is ridiculous if you even think, can you just look at what you are looking like, being in love at this age.
And so physical love, my God.
Physical love, my God. Can you even think of
Have
it?
Have you looked at how old you are?
Look at these old people. Yeah, so, but of course what I try to do is put across these things in a gentle way and with humor. And what I try to do is put it in the larger context, so that just to show that we are so petty. In the larger sphere, in many other societies, these are absolutely normal. Why are we not allowing, why are we not allowing happiness? Yeah, why are we holding back happiness? That at this point, only this kind of happiness is allowed to you. You cannot explore beyond that. You cannot go beyond that. So yes, love is a way of, how nicely you put it.
I didn't, it's in your stories, Mitra.
No, but still, I never thought of it like that.
No, and honestly, I'll come to Dhruba with the same question, but this thing of everything, the individual being banished, private emotion being banished, which may sometimes be a good thing for literature, but is not always so, especially, like for instance, Mamang, I think, was it Keiki, is Mamang here? I think it was Keiki who once said, why are you writing about environment, and after look at where you were writing from, and why is there no, he didn't use these words, but almost like, where are the guns in your poetry? So anyway, so that's something that I suppose would struggle. But coming to you, Dhruba, I mean, this question, how you'll address it is up to you. But in your case, it's, of course, I think it's the absence. And that's not so much, I think, because of circumstance. It's just that most of your characters, the protagonists, are in a difficult space psychologically, and it's more attuned to loneliness than to fulfillment in emotional relationships. Sometimes for no reason, it's just a condition. It seems to be a human condition in your story. So that there again, for you too, the question of love, what is it? What is the connection? What is important when you're writing characters, the connections that they make?
Yeah, again a pretty tough question, Ravi, because loneliness, you see, there was a James Hadley Chase book called You're Lonely When You're Dead. I don't know if you read it. Then, Jerry, you're lonely when you're dead. I think you're lonely when you're also born. And you are lonely when you're in love too, because no two persons can be so, they cannot be one as such, unless it's a spiritual union. That's my take. It can be debated upon. But I remember Faulkner, William, I'm using these big authors, Ramud Prize authors, because I'm reading one right now called As I Lay Dying by Faulkner, where one of the characters, the son, says about the mother who's dying, and they're all fighting over her property, even while she's on bed. That it takes two to make a child, but when you go, it doesn't take anybody else, you go alone. I found it very perceptive. And hence this loneliness thing, I don't know, I think it's in each writer, each poet has this loneliness angle. And I feel that when you're writing, you're not alone. I'll just try to distinguish between being alone and being lonely. When you write, you're with company. You're with your characters, you're with your situations. You're never alone. You're never lonely. You're lonely when you're not writing. It's not that I feel lonely with you, Ravi, or with Mitra, with this crowd. Yeah, that's a different loneliness. But psychologically, loneliness is incredibly frightening. Because when you talk about, I'm not talk about these high funder things called existentialism, but we are so dependent upon one another. The reader, the writer on the reader, the student on the teacher, the husband on the wife, the son on the father. Everything is so interdependent. You're just dependent all the time. Now, you just take away that dependence because it has become as important as your own breathing. The moment you are independent, it requires extraordinary courage not to be lonely, because it's become a habit. I'm dependent upon you as my editor, as my publisher. Will Ravi be okay with my story? I'm dependent, no matter how much of a genius I am.
You're ducking the question, but carry on.
Am I ducking?
Yes. The initial question was not about
loneliness.
Publishers and editors.
Okay, publishers.
No. But listen, Parul, how much time do we have? And also, when do you want to release that? If I can just ask a short question before we do that? Just one short question, then we do it? Or do you want to do it now? Okay. Yeah. So this release, do you want to say something about it?
Anyway, the small interruption here, and Ravi, that was actually uncalled for on my part about loneliness and writing. But we have two lovely, one journal here and one book. The book is by our one and only Eastern Kere. The Eastern Muse, poems from the east and northeast of India. This is edited by Malsomi Jacob and Joydeep Sarangi, and we were asked, Mitra and I, to release this in front of you all. So with permission from Ravi, if you can go ahead and do the honors, Ravi. And this is, I'd like to explain this in my capacity also as the president of the Northeast Writers Forum. We have a forum which Ravi had referred to yesterday as the Northeast Writers Forum, which was conceived in 1996. It's still existing. We have a sizable member of the 8 states, including Sikkim, from the Northeast. And we have a journal published almost every year. Sometimes we don't. It's called New Frontiers. It's an extension of the acronym NEWF, New Frontiers. And the Manipur chapter, each of these, the forum has a chapter in each of the states. And the Manipur chapter has Tamna, the journal that's published annually. They're trying to do it biannually, but this is the annual publication. And this will be the other one that's being released today. So, Mitra Baido will do the honors by this. Formally, it's done this way.
Yeah, it's released. I think you just need to hold the so much.
Bijoy is also the Vice President of the Northeast Writers Forum.
The Eastern Muse, edited by Maulswami Jacob and J.D. Sarangi. This is a collection of poems from the East and Northeast. From the Northeast, I think all the poets from Northeast Writers Forum. So Mamang Dai's poem is there, then Mona Jati's poem is there, Eastern's poems are there, mine and Robin's poems are also there. Initially I was writing prose and short story. Now I have started writing poems. Fortunately my poems were selected and included in this volume. So we were supposed to get some 30 copies here for sale, but we got only 4 copies. We don't have any copies for sale. If you want, then you may get it later. It's available online. Okay, that.
As usual, when I talk too much, I make mistakes. So the name of the book is Eastern Muse, and because I keep thinking about Eastern Kire, I said it's Eastern Kire. So Eastern, please forgive me for that.
That was a weak whistle, Jerry. Okay. Questions, please. As I said, you know, it would be far more interesting if more of you asked questions. And just ask any question. Usually what happens is you wait for one person to ask, and then all the others have been wanting to ask, but we're waiting for the first question to be asked. Will. Let me see if the pattern will be the same today. Anyone who wants to go first? Where's Chitra? Yeah, where's Chitra? Chitra isn't here. Jerry, so you'll have to ask the question. Yeah.
Do you still feel that there is a certain peripheral quality to the attitude that publishers have towards the Northeast? Both of you. Or I think both of you now, for instance, have a considerable body of work and considerable, I mean, I've seen reviews of your writing in almost every mainstream newspaper and magazine. So do you still feel that there is a certain peripheral, there's an attitude of, you know, we're reaching out to the Northeast. Is that still there?
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. So these words, peripheral and mainstream, they are like red flags, okay? We are bulls. And, yeah. But I know what you mean. We are, actually when I first began to write, not the children's, but these, then I'm actually very grateful in the sense that I picked out the Zuban. At that time, you know, I would take out a book that I liked from my bookshelf, look at the address and send it. And I was lucky that it was Zuban who were looking at different kinds of writing and so on. And I like to think, at this point, after so many years, with so many people giving this writing and being accepted, I feel I would not now like to be, you know, published because I am a peripheral, you know, oh, we have to do something for the Northeast and so on. I would like to be published, I would like to be talked about, and we would all like to be talked about because we are good writers. We would like to be, whether that happens or not, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, so that is the thing. And now we don't have to say, for instance, from Assam, it's different from Manipur, it's different from Mamang, of course, is there, but Nagaland, Mizoram, all of that. Assam is the most mainstream of the Northeast. We have integrated, if you can say, you know, in all the things, filmmaking and so on, filmmaking, writing, and music and everything, music, journalism, we are there. and security guards. But the thing is that we don't really have to explain now that this is what is happening in Assam, and therefore I'm writing out, therefore this is the background, okay? But I hope that now it is because of the writing and the fact that the background is now known. Because of all these writers, because of all these filmmakers, because of all the cuisine, let's not forget the cuisine. So because of all that, people now know where all of us are coming from in various different ways. I hope so. Does that answer your question? You said it.
Me, you said it.
There's just one thing I do want to say is, as a publisher, that publishers are also individuals, so different people do things for different reasons, whatever. But I think it was just the strength of the stories, but at the same time, when, if somebody from, let's say, from Manipur or from Mizoram, writing about from there, situated there, and if they said that, I'm not interested in, Mamang will hit me later. This is not you as an example. As if they say that, I'm not going to write about this because I am a writer, I could be from anywhere. Why should I be expected to write only about this? But then, Joyce, did you write about America? Those are I think the specifics, that's what makes it interesting. Specific realities make it interesting. If, somebody is saying, I'm consciously not going to write about that just because I don't know if that makes sense to me. There's, for instance, all of these writers, but talking about poetry, for instance, Mona, your Rez, when I first read it, very universal, but because, and also I don't think you name any place there again, but you know where it's coming from, and it's just, those things work, I think, because of a certain sensibility. Again, I'm going back to the same word, for me, at least. So I'm not looking at it as Northeast or whatever, I'm looking at, interesting human landscapes where you go. And right now, everybody, soon enough, every place will be a peripheral, except perhaps maybe what's it called, the Sabarmati riverfront. Everyone will be marginal soon, so we'll have stories from everywhere. Okay. Any other question, please?
No, hello?
Jerry, I just
yes,
remember.
yes.
Oh,
yes.
sorry. Can I just add?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, one of these things that these questionnaires and so on that come to you. So one of the questions was, how do you feel being a writer from the periphery? Okay. So I said, where I am is the center. The rest of you is the periphery.
Okay. Then, before I ask my question, I want to add something. Supplement what Ravi had said. As a writer, we can write what we know. We can't write what we don't know. So it's very natural that we write about the place where we stay and about the things we know. So that's how I think most of the writers in the Northeast, their writings are mood and culture and all these things about the Northeast. That is what I wanted to say. Then to Mitra, that have you ever tried to write in Assamese? You said, no, I think you should try. Then only, if you, in my case, actually,
after all that.
Can I respond to that? Yeah. Writing in Assamese.
Yes.
Once upon a time, long ago,
yes,
I was a singer.
Yeah, I know.
Was.
Uh-huh.
So I used to sing in Assamese.
Yes.
That's done, my duty.
No. That I'm coming to writing. Actually, what I have noticed is that I'm a Manipuri, but I used to write in English only because I studied my language, my mother tongue, after class 10. After that, I never wrote anything. Then even English, I don't speak English. Only when I meet someone from outside, then only I speak English. But in our office, I'm an engineer. In our office, we do write in English. So it is very natural for me when I write, the writing is done in English and it flows out. Then after some time, some of my friends ask me, why don't you try?
So I didn't give any hint to them, any hint to them. But when I tried, actually the first line is very important. It was very amazing. The first line, the 2-3 lines is very important. Then it comes out automatically. This is my own experience. So what I'm asking is that, have you ever tried? No, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Armstrong, you did such a brilliant job yesterday of asking Jerry questions. You should ask a question.
Okay, just a quick question for Dhruva. You're born in Shillong, right? You were born in Shillong? Yeah. And
Yes.
you know, we say, back at home we say that, and also the Adivasis say this, that the place where your umbilical cord was buried, that becomes home, and you in later life you feel homesick for that place. Have you ever experienced that?
Homesick?
Homesick for the place where your umbilical cord was buried.
Sorry, Estherine, I'm slightly hard of hearing on my ears.
I'll ask you later after dinner, don't worry.
Yeah, Estherine, 32 years of my life, the first 32 years in Shillong. It's a dream place. Nostalgia definitely is there. Love is definitely there. The inspiration from there comes. I've always believed in a locale. Like after Shillong, probably with due apologies to Imphal, I love Aizawl. Why? I can't place it. It's not that I've gone to Aizawl very often. Been there about 4 or 5 times. But then the nostalgia remains, and some of this they say readers, but from my point of view, I try to write with other locales. For example, the second novel I wrote, Sons of Brahma, a good section doesn't like that book. They've been very, very cruel with it, and rightly so for me perhaps. But there are several other young writers who like that book. And then I begin to think, is it because I shifted the locale from Shillong or from Meghalaya to Assam? I don't know. But my true love is in Shillong. History. Yeah, that's how it is.
There are 2 schools of thought when it comes to writing and art in general. So, there's this school of thought which believes in like art for art's sake, and there's another school of thought which says that it's art should serve a purpose. So which school of thought that you belong to? I'm asking to both of you, yeah.
Ladies first.
Yes, actually when I don't know about others, but when I'm writing, it is something in the mind. You don't think of whether this is art for, I mean, you try to make it as readable as possible, but without compromising. I'm just telling you about myself, okay? Without compromising. So, I don't like to preach, but I like to tell a story. I'm just a storyteller. So, it is not really art for art's sake, no. It is not just beauty, some beautiful edifice with no purpose, nothing like that. But it is also not preaching. It is something that I believe in. This is how I look at the world. This is what is affecting me. And this is my response to it. How you take it is up to you. And it is not just art for art's sake. It is very important to me. What is happening around me has affected me, my family, all of us in so many ways. All of us. And therefore it cannot be art for art's sake only. But also, I don't like to preach. I like to say what I think through stories. So it's a bit of both, I think. Is that okay?
Yeah, where I'm concerned, basically the first person you got to please is yourself. If I can't be happy with my own writing, and which demands that it ought to be a craft. It's art for art's sake. If by happenstance, because your sensibilities, to quote Ravi again, you are affected by the circumstances around you, basically social, then it will automatically reflect. But if the attempt is deliberate, then it's no more fiction for me. It's basically reportage, it's journalism. it's of a different genre altogether. I don't know if Jerry will agree with me, but he had a few years back, we had talked on this account somewhere in Guwahati. But then there's this very thin line between art for art's sake and art for a greater cause. There are so many writers who write about, you know, very small things which has nothing to do with the greater interest of economics or culture or society, just about one individual going mad, for example. So how do you take it? But the essential feature, or I feel very much at home, I feel incredibly honest, and which is almost a spiritual trust when it is art for art's sake.
There's no questions from any of the Ukiyo people here, the members. I'll just quickly say, I think Armstrong's question was very interesting, but it actually boils down to the subject. What is the story you're telling? How do you choose your subject? Then it becomes, you know, either art for art's sake or art with a little responsibility attached to it, you know. So the subject you pick, what you want to tell, what you want to share, becomes that either.
Armstrong, I think for me the answer is the responsibility that is invested in art for a larger cause is everybody's responsibility. It's not only the writers. So tomorrow I may look into the heart of darkness and see something really deep and horrible. Like if you're writing about terrorism, for instance, and you're trying to conjure up a very convincing terrorist, if you conjure up such a person where the only answer would be violence, what is the response that the reader has? Does the reader have to say, well then my response is violence? Or does the reader have to say, yes, for that person, the only answer might have been violence, but this illuminates for me the human condition and the reason why violence should not be the answer. So we share the responsibility. But art for art's sake, in general, is about the fact that every honestly produced work of art inflects the human condition just a little more. Just a little more empathy, just a little more fellow feeling, just a little more honesty and openness about places that have been concealed, and therefore all art, even if it is constructed for art's sake, has a greater social cause out there.
This is going to be so cliche, but then I'll ask anyway. I wanted to know about the collector's wife. I mean, like, what inspired you the most, or who inspired you to come up with such a profound yet strong female character in the book? And also, I would like to add something about what you told before. You said that the woman moved on, but then the man felt like she betrayed him. So, you know, I felt, you know, really connected somehow with the words that you spoke, because I feel that the words that you wrote, the words that you spoke, I think that's how every woman feels. I feel that way, so I feel that, in my opinion, I think that's how every woman feels. In a world full of male chauvinist pigs, let's say, patriarchy, so it's like, I think what you spoke before, it really touched me. I think it's really profound. Okay.
Thank you so much for connecting with the book. Thank you so much. You asked what inspired me to write it. Is that what you asked? What is that?
Yeah,
what,
that's also
yeah. Oh, it came from all the powerful female women around, I mean, the women around me. No, not so much me. But yes, I don't know. I think it's a limitation of mine that my main protagonist is always a woman. I don't know why. Well, But you have women characters. So anyway, I think empathize from the women's point of view more, perhaps, okay? As for the story, actually at that point of time, I was thinking of writing my second novel, which is A Monsoon of Music, okay? But at that point of time, so much was happening in Assam politically, and I have written about kidnappings and killings. Actually, I saw them. People I was close to, and many of these incidents actually happened. Of course, I have fictionalized them and given my imaginative thing. But for instance, somebody was killed, and what happens when the husband is kidnapped? What happens to the wife? How do they, and in my street, Zoo Narangi Road in Guwahati, which is supposed to be one of the safest, I would say, in this entire Assam, yeah? There were so many kidnappings, and then there were so many killings. There were so many extortions. We were all affected by that. So, there was no way so I put aside that Monsoon of Music, and I had to get this story out. I had to. It was happening all around. And then the ending, it is just, I hope I connect to the reader in that, because with the ending at that time it was all bleak all around. Now of course we have kind of worked our way, I hope permanently, out of this. So perhaps to answer your question about the strong character, it is because I felt so much about the whole situation, and she stands for everybody who has been affected. Rukmini stands for all the victims around, all the victims. Though victim is not a word I like, but still we were all victims. And yet at the end she moves forward after all these terrible things happened to her. And there is hope in the baby that is coming. A baby out of wedlock that is coming.
Any other? But to the question that you asked, and you said the world is full of male chauvinist pigs, which is probably true. But just so you experiment a little with books where this is not always a reality, I would suggest that you read some of Dhruba's stories, where the men actually are almost never in control. Never in control of things. There's vulnerability, masculinity. There's a lot of masculinity in the sense there are hardly any women in his stories. They're peripheral characters. But because the tortured beings are the men, so which is what I find really. So read his stories. I'm not saying you're tortured, but there's a lot of vulnerability, despite the fact that almost all the characters are men. Am I right? Actually, no. It is interesting. I do want to ask you what is the idea or the notion of masculinity that you're exploring in your stories, because it's there throughout.
In my understanding, masculinity means appreciating the feminine in existence, in whatever form. Very frankly, maybe this is an offshoot about, I don't know, it's again I don't know why Ravi, pretty tough questions today. No, it's okay. In fact, masculinity, I never thought of it that way. Ma, for example, my mother, the epitome of all that's wonderful in life, I've always thought. To that extent, I'm a very feminine character. If at all, you can say that. But I've always believed that human emotions, they generally bring it down to 12 major emotions, Ravi. These are applicable to whether you're a male or a female, whether you're masculine or feminine. And if in literature something is construed to be masculine, war stories are masculine or feminine. Pride and Prejudice is masculine. Wuthering Heights, Black Beauty, To Kill a Mockingbird, written by wonderful ladies. Are they masculine? Do they have masculine characters there? What is masculinity there? What about Pearl Buck and her understanding of masculinity? I don't know, Ravi, very frankly. It's a tough question and I don't have an immediate reply because it's better to be honest than to be, just grope around for some sort of thing.
Would you be able to write about an army general who won every war? Would he be an interesting character?
No, you see, again,
Someone who lost a war.
won a war or lost a war, you see, that's, again, I have always been driven by the inner understanding. If I'm not convinced with a story, I just can't go in for a construct as, that way. Winning or losing. Does winning mean being masculine and losing mean being feminine? That's immaterial for me, Ravi. What is important is that you have a good story to tell. It excites you from all that you have understood as a story. It excites you first, and again, the reader feels it's okay, then you feel even better. But to define masculinity in literature, Hemingway, for example, he is known as a masculine literature, but he wrote beautiful stuff about that nurse in No Farewell to Arms. So, where do you cut that line? I think the readers will be better placed, or maybe Ravi, Mitra Baido. Mitra Baido, you're a feminine writer or a masculine writer?
Her answer is simple. Men are pathetic creatures.
To your question of whether, I know it was addressed to him, whether the general who wins everything or the general who loses, for me it would be the general's wife.
Have we taken more time than we should have, or less? Should we continue or should we wind up? Who is going to tell us? Martin? Done? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was great. Thank you all.
Thank you, speakers, for that wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, authors Dhruva Hazarika and Mitra Fukan are now available for a book signing. Their books are also available at the store. You may please interact with them if you wish to. Thank you so much. A small apology because we started the event a little late. We will now be breaking for lunch. We have about exactly 40 minutes. I hope to see you all after 40 minutes for the next session to begin. Thank you so much. Let's break for lunch. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
세트해야 돼요. Sister, come on.
Yeah, Captain Martin.
但你的微信有了。有，happy。
so that we may continue with the function. Requesting everyone to please be seated so that we can continue with the second session. Welcome back from the lunch. Moving on, we have the next session for today with the theme Poetry in Northeast India, and the panelists include Robin S. Ngangom, Mona Zote, and it will be moderated by Shrima Ningombam. Robin S. Ngangom, born in Imphal, Manipur, is a bilingual poet and translator who writes in Manipuri and English. He studied literature at St. Edmund's College and the Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, where he currently teaches. He has 3 collections of poetry in English, and his poems have appeared in the New Statesman, London, the Literary Review US, Verse US, Planet, The Welsh and Internationalist, sorry about that, UK, Kunapipi, Denmark, Chandra Bhaga Kavya Bharati, the HarperCollins Book of English Poetry, HarperCollins India, These My Words, Penguin India, and poetryinternational.org. He won the Udaya Bharati National Award for Poetry and the Katha Translation Prize. Ngangom describes his poetry as mostly autobiographical, written in the hope of enthusing readers with my communal or carnal life, the life of a politically discriminated against, historically overlooked individual from the nook of a third world country. Mona Zote is a poet living in Aizawl, India, a chronic dabbler in paints, inks and pencil, cat and tree aficionado, and random city perambulator. Her poetry has appeared in various journals including the Cordite Poetry Review, Indian Literature, IQ Magazine, India International Center Quarterly, Carapace, Sangam House, as well as an anthology such as Dancing Earth, an anthology of poetry from Northeast India, the Oxford Anthology of Writings from Northeast India, and the Borderlands of Asia Culture, Place, Poetry. Would like to request all the speakers to please come up on stage for the session along with Shrima Ningombam. Over to the panelists. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is overwhelming for me to be here in the midst of 2 of the most famous poets of our times. And to talk about poetry, it is not only difficult, but it is mysterious, enigmatic, and extremely powerful, though poems as such comes in short packets most of the times. I'll be asking a few questions first, and then it will be followed by readings by the poets. I think we can just start with the question. The first thing which comes to my mind is that how each of you have arrived as a poet in your lifetime, and what does your poetry, your work means to you? We would like to hear from Robin first, and then we'll come to Mona.
Thank you, Srima. Good afternoon, friends. Thank you for having me. Who inspired my poems first? I'm sure it has to be the smashing girls of my youth. I have these lines, in the twinkling festive lights, every girl is a fairy or a goddess. So we have these words in Meitei Lon, Heloi, Lairembi. So every girl must be either a Heloi or a Lairembi, a fairy or a goddess. So maybe I began there. Then the 1001 Nights, and the Mahabharata and Manipuri poems, and many. I think it'll be quite an eclectic, thing. Different sources actually. So I think I've always been an incurable romantic. I haven't grown out of it, but I think when it comes to creative writing, every writer, whether he or she is a poet or a novelist, we have to engage with our subjective realities. So for me, I have at one point of time stepped out of the proverbial ivory tower, and I think I could not stop, close my eyes to the insistent realities around me. I could not shut my ears, so I began writing, poetry, which can be termed as political poetry. I have been called an overtly political poet, which I am not, although I try to mix, romance and politics in some of my poems. Oh, what poetry means to me? I don't. Oh, my poetry. My poetry. That's. What does it mean to me? I don't know. It's a. I have to write it because it's like trying to keep a deadline with with death. For me now. It's a little morbid, but. We've been talking about literature in general, but about art for art's sake and art for life's sake, but I also believe in, subscribe to what Arundhati Roy said about literature being, literature is something which provides shelter. And just the other day we were talking about this subject. People have already started talking about how is it pronounced? Cli-fi, climate fiction. So should literature respond to the climate crisis, which is coming our way, the environmental Armageddon, which is coming our way? Although I know you can't ask writers to or dictate, set an agenda for writers, but it's a difficult thing actually. Whether we should remain in the ivory tower, or whether we should start talking about things which is an existential crisis now. No, no, that's what I said. I have stepped out of the ivory tower. So, can I?
Yeah, we can always continue with readings in between. You can use the podium.
I've written a short poem about Jerome Sharmila, I hope there won't be any supari on me for saying this. But I think we let her down. We let her down, and I hope she had not been hounded out from here. And this is not a very good poem, I'll read it anyway. It's titled For Irom Chanu Sharmila. This is addressed to her. We have put flowers on youth's resting place, and the happy childhood is hardly worth your while. A few fallen angels, my writer friends like Dhruva, a few fallen angels, thicker than blood, often delivered me from a delusional day. These lines are directly addressed to Sharmila. If you are reduced to yourself at the death of nights, a mouse with funny ears will start a raspy conversation and even make those cracked lips smile. Crows will give you the time of day when none will. A bitch will give you her milk if you are thrown on the street. Lotuses are blooming in the open drains of your hometown. If you could still talk to the November moon of your love, your heart doesn't need to be fed. That's the poem.
Anything else to add to that? Mona, you can add to that, to the very questions I posed.
Okay, the first question was
how you have arrived as a poet and what your body of work means to you.
Well, I think nobody ever starts in a very spectacular fashion, writing that is, whether it's poetry or prose or anything. And of course, as a child, I'm sure like Robin or Mamang or Mitra, we were all scribbling nonsense as children, little rhymes and all that. And some of us stick with it and we continue writing as adults. And some of us just lose it. I mean, we kind of stop writing. So there was no particular point at which, I thought. I mean, you don't tell yourself, oh, I'm going to start writing from today or something like that. So it's a very natural process. And it's been ongoing, and sometimes it gets interrupted by life. I think, and it's interesting because it's one way that the reason why one keeps writing is because it provides a kind of compass, a sort of a flashlight through life. You see, I used to be a very prolific dreamer, nocturnal dreams, the dreams that you have at night. And then they stopped very suddenly because of, I suppose, I don't need to go into the details of that. But one of the things is that I realized that it was very deeply connected with my writing. Because when my dreams stopped coming at night, coming to me at night, having dreams at night, my writing also fell off. Anyway, that's something in the past right now. So I can't tell you the beginning of the process of writing, but I can certainly talk about by the time you become conscious of the fact that, you're kind of writing and you're observing the world and putting it down on paper, that is one of the things that I did observe about it. So what poetry means to me, one of the things, my poetry doesn't mean anything very particular to me. I mean, it might be a little, well, I'm sorry to say, but I prefer orphaning them as soon as I do write them. So unlike some people who are, I think, justly quite proud of what they write, and I don't feel I write well or anything, but I'd rather just forget, especially the more topical poems, which were about certain events that happened in real life. And once it's over, it's over. I mean, I'm not somebody who looks back a lot through life. So, however, one of the things that has to be understood in context of whatever I've written is that I didn't grow up in Mizoram. I'm from Mizoram. So I didn't grow up there, so we went there for holidays, and then once we settled there, and it was quite a change of pace from the kind of life I had been used to living. And so poetry became an instrument by which I tried to understand the land. It was a little bit of a culture shock for me because I had never been living in any place where there were so many of my fellow Mizos, for instance, and there were very many different things about society in Aizawl. So that's one thing. And the other thing is that I started digging in earnest in Mizo history, in Mizo, not the folklore so much as the myths and legends and whatnot. And one of the very interesting things that I realized was supposedly our very first poet was a woman, which might not be very well known, Bhimwaki. I have it, I'm going to read it, I'll be reading it. So I was thinking, because I just want to relate the story of Bhimwaki. She was our first poet, supposedly, it's said to be. And she was a very prolific poet. So she, in fact, she composed so many verses back then. This is back in our ancestors' times, that it said that the people were afraid that she would write all the verses in the world, so they buried her alive. Yeah. So, and it is interesting because, you know, I was thinking, and it's very symbolic, whether or not such a person ever actually lived is beside the point. The fact that you bury the person who is writing poetry, but you don't kill the poetry itself, because so many years later you have people also writing poetry, whether it's me or somebody else. So, in other words, I see poetry, not necessarily mine, as a continuation of, you know, the tradition of writing despite being silenced perhaps, or despite being buried underground, whether it's other people who are doing the burying or yourself who's doing it. So I'll read the poem. It's, yeah. So this is a pretty early poem. I wish I could have written it better, in fact. So this is a girl with black guitar and blue hibiscus. The reality of music is a problem waiting to be solved by the black guitar, not the girl nor the jug of blue hibiscus. The pigeons are insane with grief because you left them. The clouds will be noble and distant as always. The scent of citrus flowers will fade in soft explosions. And the girl will put a blue hibiscus in her hair. And the computer will speak in flawless Japanese, talking of the elegant instant and how the quasars are forever expanding. How the jealousy of common stuff finds itself fully in an uncommon criminal act. In the red earth lay her like a seed. The sad subterranean gong will go on accusing until it becomes the black guitar and music becomes a cleft of a certain color waiting for the first quiver of strings until the gong is quiet and the woman in the earth goes to sleep. So that's the poem about Bhimwaki. So I think it's a very interesting question and also a very unanswerable question because it is very different from person to person. But essentially, especially the kind of poetry that you see coming out of the northeastern region is, despite so many odds, whether you're displaced from one place to another, or whether you're living in a place that's full of what we call militancy, and it has been remarked upon that it's pretty different from mainland Indian poetry. So, and I do agree. So, for me, it's a continuation of an affirmation of being alive, I suppose, when one could be buried.
Yeah, wonderful. I mean, yeah, that is it, because literature and art always affirms our existence, you know, and we do it again and again for that only. I think that is the basic reason why we write, we sing, and we dance. Yeah, and I would also like to know that as a writer, And even as anybody else, our gender identities become so crucial at some point. As a performer or as a teacher, so we all carry our gender identities of being a man and of being a woman, the womanhood and manhood. So I would just like to know how far these identities, influence your writings. At some point of a time, I think it does, influence us. So if there is something that you wish to share on this matter, our gender identities of being a man, yeah. So, see, I read one of your poems. You buried your manhood. If you remember, you were talking about the problems in Manipur, and you had to remain silent. And you said that there is a limit. One of your poems. It's a long time back, and you buried your manhood. That is what I read it last night, actually. So like not being able to do anything in the time of crisis, being a man.
Yes. I think there's an entire genre of writing, and even in Manipuri literature, which can be categorized as trauma literature, written by women, or the experiences of women. And the poem that you mentioned, I talked about how pregnant women were killed, were shot, shot, and you had to remain silent. I had to remain silent. Yeah, so. But if you're talking about gender identity, gender, I didn't exactly.
Writing from the man's perspective, as a man.
From the man's perspective.
Yeah.
That's.
It doesn't make any difference to your writing.
No, it doesn't. If it's good literature, then that's all that matters. For instance, we were just talking about, Ravi and I we were talking about Auden. He is gay, but he's written this beautiful. He was in love with this American poet. His name is Chester Coleman. Much younger. Who sort of who didn't actually betray him. But he was not faithful to him. But the love poems that Auden has written for another man, in that sense, there's such a beautiful lines. He's got a poem titled what is that? The More Loving One. And the poem begins with these lines: if equal affection cannot be, let the more loving one be me. Addressed to Chester Coleman, because Chester Coleman was unfaithful to him, so maybe he didn't, Chester Coleman did not, it was not reciprocated, the kind of thing. Yeah. So if equal affection cannot be, let the more loving one be me, So that is love, I think it cuts across gender identities, if you're talking about emotions, and Jerry was talking about, that literature does this little inflecting thing about, but it's not just the finer emotions, love and other things, or on sympathy, but evil and everything gets magnified, in the literature. Yeah.
So it doesn't really play about.
I don't think gender per se. This is my opinion, and I know. The Manipuri short story writer Yumlemam Ibomcha.
Yes.
He's written a beautiful story from a woman's point of view, and no one would believe that it's a man who's written this poem, or this story. Machet Loiba. That's the title of the story. Which I translated as a fragmentary end. It may not be appropriate, but that's a wonderful poem, a wonderful story. Written from a woman's point of view, and no one would believe that a man has written that. Yeah.
Yeah, Mona, would you like to comment? And we can have a round of reading after this.
Okay, because I took your question to mean that to mean does
our experience of
gender,
womanhood.
Does our gender or whatever gender we identify as, does it inform our writing?
Yeah.
And I think you'll find that most men will say it doesn't, but a lot of women will say it does. And it does for me, of course. Because that was a jab. Because as you get, the funny thing about being a female human is that you start out with the assumption that everything else is, you can take everything equally as the boys or something like that. And then you get older and you realize, yes, we were having a talk, for instance, about the Me Too movement and things like that. And all of these become more and more important to you as you get older. I mean, I think I'm a lot more concerned about them than I was 10 years ago and so on. And the puzzling thing, or rather the thing about this is that you arrive at this point as your own place in life becomes more settled, as you become far more able to be an independent person and so on. And I think it's very strange, but maybe it's that kind of independence that gives you the room to start thinking about other things or step outside your own lives, your own life, and see other people's lives. So I would say that yes, because it isn't exactly consciously, but I kind of instinctively write from a more or less, not a feminine, but a female human point of view.
That position becomes, I think, quite inevitable at some point of our times. Now, can we have a round of readings? Because I think audience would like to hear readings.
This is a poem about Burma. Now I find it a little naive. This was written an old poem. They call it 88. I think that was the first uprising against the military regime there. And I had made references to the brave daughters of Burma. I was thinking about Aung San Suu Kyi, who has fallen from grace now. So this is titled The Myanmar Story. That country where I return in memory to dim travels of a boy, where serpentine roads of a long war send me to its twilight borders, to its fair women with raven hair and sandalwood breasts, its poor rice fields and hills rain-bound, and monasteries old in wisdom. That journey was made some time ago, as only wistfulness would allow. Once, a poet explorer from equatorial distances, and I'm talking about Neruda here because he was in Rangoon. So once a poet explorer from equatorial distances, with unknown blood singing in his heart, walked its streets, marveled at its strange gods, and loved anxiously and discovered loneliness. But these are darker days, my love, when freedom has become a rare metal that must be mined from cruel intelligences. There is nothing more bitter than hearts of men without a country. After the uprising, many of them came fleeing to India, and they started a radio. They had a channel, and of course their publication, the newspaper Mizima News. Some of you might have heard about it. They also organized a painting exhibition in Delhi. This was in late 80s, much before the Rohingya crisis. So I refer to those incidents. So there's nothing more bitter than hearts of men without a country, more terrible than the exile of young men and women who only want to make their people see with words, not guns, pleading with indifferent countries, protesting with colors and alphabets against a senseless crushing of flowers. That's the title of one of the paintings that they put up in Delhi, that exhibited in Delhi, a senseless crushing of flowers. I'm telling the story of Myanmar and its brave daughters, deserted by the big brothers of the West, and democracy weeping in its tropical forest. I speak of incessant tears hidden in the folds of intoxicating freedom. Listen, my love, to Burma's story, once the pearl of the East, now the base metal of democracy, that elusive white man's cross that we carry, that natives carry, causing its doctors, students, and priests to mourn their native land's fate, to sing fugitive songs around the world, hoping only songs will preserve fragile sanity in a mad country where bandits come riding in tanks to greet its citizens, generals enslaved by their own horrors, purging their terrors by uprooting fields and gardens, exterminating before things could grow into nightmares. My love, in my dream, where they tear a green heart from the hill's ribs, in steamy jungles, for the idle whites swooping on Rangoon, who will take away jade souvenirs to remind themselves of a subject race, I carried you across slopes of my war-torn mind, leaving furrows of lead, and put flaming orchids in your bridal hair. In my dream, each drop of blood sprouts a humming voice the bandits throttled. But the running blood grows in clamor, answering unerringly to new voices. Can I do a slightly longer one? Then I should be done. The title is from the Book of Grievances. It's about the Northeast in general, or our hills and Manipur, and From here, day weeps in the failing light, and the evenings are misty-eyed. The eaves drip pastoral dew. Dark green are the leaves of June, hung on the clothesline of rain. The hills remain impassive with an old reputation of silence, and none knows about our dreams, muffled now as if by blaring progress, put to shame before our ornate streets. In the evenings, proud hearts that have learned to die well return in the bronze dusk. But something has been buried, something akin to hope and dreams. And our souls shall not speak. Not an indignant word shall escape our lips. And if they cannot hear the silent moan of our hearts, we will not implore pity. Implacable death came upon us, and the finest memories are of no worth. Proud ancestral names, faithful women with raven hair, the heroic struggles of our small lives. What are tradition and our history but only death with a long memory? For how long shall we make our forefathers walk as spirits? Today, with grief sitting on our hearts, we will sing of clouds that did not come home. We will sing the songs of those banished in the mountains. We will drink deep from bamboo mugs and wipe remembrance from our lips. From a trajectory of dark deeds, our days fly toward destinations in uncharted galaxies of time. Broken skylines clutch the hills, bringing a momentary fear of the earth shaker who turns violently in his sleep. As we saunter along overgrown trails, the hill's night sang to us, but concealed its midst of famine and pestilence. A party of egrets followed us in the fog one January morning. When we entered the fog's body, we again entered our history, leaving all milestones behind. In these native villages, beneath the bamboo and watching hills, seated on mats of clouds, we could see the glint of paddy fields, gripped by rain and mist. Once we sprinkled mutual libations to create these jade and emerald fields. My love, something I cannot name, seems to be ashamed of her dances. Even as we hide our roots like gnarled limbs, we begin to disown what we cherish. Fidelity, openness, daring. We must learn quickly before the devious ones mutilate our names carved on monoliths. Time ran out in Oinam, in Ukhrul, when they who gave us a republic brought reconcentrados, I hope I got the pronunciation right, from the Americas. Watched impassively the smoking fields, prodded with clubs the bruised vagina, the socked testes. We became impotent in the face of mortification. Today, we will bury tradition's fetus. We will not weave unique history where there was no homespun yarn. We, the worthy henchmen of tyranny, will embrace the villain's principles. We will desert honor, and a vain hope for peace will burn our hills. When we scream and our throats rasp, we will spit wanton civilization in the eye. As east meets west in the hills crack, blind Venus roots grope under earth, we turn our own perpetrator, victim of our own dark deeds. It is all very fine, long sacrificing brother of the night. Your state-of-the-art rifle commands awe. When you procure your ignominious arsenal, can you smother the sibilant whispers in the valley and the hills? Can you answer the cries of children and widows? You singe the flower of youth with a pious lamp in your veins, but our homes have been herded away, or for our fields to lie fallow, and our young and old spread maimed hands for the intractable belly, the naked skin. Thank you.
Mona, can we have your reading? Yeah.
Okay, since Robin has gone through his, and in connection with your question, Shrima, gendered identity and all that stuff, this is, well, it's the most distinctly gendered of, my poems. This is called Maria and Vixen. Vixen as in the female fox, yes. You've read it? Okay. And just before, I'll read bits of it out in the sense that it's the entire thing. I get a bit tired. Just joking. So this is I was just thinking that since I work in the government, and there are lots of women officers and so on and so forth, and some of them I know quite well. And I was just thinking that we all have different roles to live. Of course, Robin does, you do. But there was one person in particular, and so I just gave her a name and wrote this. And she is someone who is known as a very efficient government official and so on and so forth. And I was thinking that there are so many other roles that she has to play even within that role as a public official, a government official, which is to put on these little masks, whether it's the cosmetics that you put on in the morning, as a woman to be, quite affable and always very genial. Otherwise, people might say that, yes, she's such a cranky officer or something like that, which is a freedom that, of course, men have much more of. They would say, oh, he's a very efficient one. So I was just thinking about her when I wrote this, Maria and Vixen. And Vixen is, of course, the other side of the coin, which is the woman who doesn't give a damn about any of that. So this is Maria and Vixen. At the end of the day, we don't know what we want anymore, or who we are and who we thought we were meant to be. Who were our friends and who were the ones who led us away from the scenes of mourning and the places of contentment. Since these things are out of our hands, what we're left with is a mirror showing our movements, some who are mothers and some who are sailors, some who stand under streetlights displaying their embroidered beauty, some who reveal a sense of daring in photographs, with their smiling eyes and their feet braced apart, in a challenge, a question mark thrown at the world, some who are gnomes and some who, being gnomic, understand the complexity of making pies. Mara or Maria or Mariam, navigating these pools of clamor, you must be tired of holding court each day, wading ponds of duckweed, sometimes in jeans, sometimes wrapped in splendor. I'm sure you set aside your face that evening when you sit at your dressing table to undo the faces that daylight has forced upon you, placing them in a drawer, rubbing out their lines, lines that flatter you and draw many more eyes. Your eyes perform a full striptease of me, and yet in the evening you put them away in a drawer, packed with myrrh and crumpled tissues. You think your face belongs to the world. If they think it's beautiful, it is for them. If it smiles, it is for them. If your hand reaches out in grace, it is for them. I agree that beauty is a fine thing to own, if only it were not owned by them. I agree kindness is a good thing to show. It means you have known faithlessness, tempered by the solicitude of friends. There isn't much about friendship we know, except that it happens to all of us, like birth or death, but somehow more prone to threaten us with prolonged loitering. Her sister, which is to say Maria's sister, has no face at all, but says she has a gun. Then she changes the subject, afraid I might be afraid of knowing a woman who has a gun. She asks how the day has gone. We keep circling certain questions, something deeply conventional about pies, something about good armor and the need for them. She leans in shadowed doorways, her face quicksilver. From nowhere I see blurred fur among damp leaves. She's gone deep, she's gone to earth. Birds on telephone wires, a pigeon with a twisted neck. She looks at me with eyes full of questions, her mouth full of warm feathers. Thank you.
You can. Okay, we will have a next round of reading after a few questions. Let us talk a bit about the craft of writing poetry. Like, do you wait for some sentiment or emotion to come up to write poetry? What triggers poetry? And once you have written the core or something like that, how is the process of editing, and how do you think that it is fit enough to come out in public and read it? We would like to know a little bit about the process. Though I know poetry is extremely abstract, but I think people would like to know a little bit on that aspect as well.
If you're talking about inspiration, I think a poet can be ambushed by anything, actually. But I think many poets do not depend on inspiration. It can take forever. What was that thing about poetry being 1%, what is that, inspiration, and 99% perspiration? Yeah, so I think WB has wrestled with this problem, about spontaneity versus craft, And many people don't realize the amount of work, labor which has gone into writing a poem, and as it appears on the published, on the page, that should appear spontaneous and effortless. But but for many of us, it's difficult to appreciate the amount of craft, and we're talking about polishing and mending and things. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. So I mean, both are, of course, equally, I think, important. Inspiration, of course, is necessary, and but I've been trying to, when I run out of inspiration, I've been trying to be clever. I steal things, I steal lines from others, yeah. So I become an incurable filcher. So, but after a point, it's like trying to find your own voice or trying to find your own feet. Then you become a little disenchanted with, if you had stolen or borrowed things entirely from others. So you would like to do something of your own. Not innovation, but I think it's a question of being, of trying to do the more demanding thing, actually. Once the poem becomes less demanding, then I think it will always be a mediocre or a bad poem, So I think one has to keep trying to do the more demanding thing, actually. And modesty be damned, I think I would always call myself a second-rate poet. I began as a third-rate poet. Maybe I have become a second-rate poet, but I can never be a first-rate poet.
Are you really sure?
Yes,
because
yes,
so many
absolutely
people
sure.
draw inspiration from you.
When I read to say Neruda, or now the greatest living poet, which many people say, the Polish poet Adam Zagajewski and Mahmoud Darwish, and where am I? So I can only read their poems with great gratitude, with humility, and and also be very aware of my own limitations.
So,
yeah, Mona, a few comments from you.
Yeah, I agree mostly with what Robin just said. It can ambush you anytime. Poetry is not something that, at least for us, the two of us, it seems, something that you say, okay, I'll wake up at 6 o'clock and sit down at 6:30 and, write so many lines. It's very unlike prose that way. And you asked, how do you know that, the first line, usually I think a good poem is when the first few lines come to you, all of a piece, and the rest you might have to, the 99%. Yeah, the punchline and so on. And you have the entire sense of the poem. It's just that the first lines come and then the rest you have to fill in somehow. And what I would say that rather than bother about, whether you're writing enough or you're writing the right way, just read more poets if you want to write poetry. That is such a must. That is absolutely required. You will find that if you stop reading poetry, your poetry itself will suffer, because you are poetry. I'm talking about poets in particular. I'm not talking about novelists or anything. So that is, and there's a lot of very good writing coming out of many different continents and countries right now. So if you have access to that, read as much of it as you can. Not just the Western countries, poets coming out of Africa, coming out of Asia, Southeast Asia, in translation or not, Latin American poets, because I have found that they're very much closer to our experience rather than the, Western poets.
Yeah, very much related to what you have said. I think in our audience we have many young people, I think, who aspires to be poet. So I request you to give a few words of advice to them, Yeah.
I have no claims.
No. You must say a few words as a mentor or to your admirers,
No, I think I will repeat what I said. I think you have to keep trying to do the more demanding thing, the more difficult thing, actually. and read, because if you don't read, then it will show in your work. If you don't read maybe the best, poets from different parts of the world, it will show in your work. So we cannot afford to be complacent. Once it becomes easy to write a poem, then it becomes a bad poem. Yeah.
One of the things, just a little bit to add, which you might find a little strange, is that don't watch too much Netflix. One of the things that I found, it might not be true for you,
Yeah.
but if you give up a lot of your time watching a visual medium, moving pictures, movies or TV series, whatever they might be, it starts affecting your quota of words, your vocabulary, and so on. It'll strike you dumb in the end, I think, if you watch. Which is so. I'm joking. I'm saying I'm kind of joking at the same time. If you devote yourself too much of your time to watching movies and so on, your writing will most definitely suffer. Unless you're a screenwriter, that's a different thing. I mean, that's something I can say definitely.
Yeah, very interesting. Like we have to read more. I think out of reading comes writing.
Read and also, of course, live. I think I feel that I'll always suffer from a fundamental poverty of experience, if I can call it. But I think we have to be normal. We have to live normal lives, and we have this mistaken belief that a poet should, he's always dreaming or he should, lock himself up in the attic and write poetry. We have to, young people, they should go out, fall in love, party, and just be themselves. But coming to the different kinds of poetry, we were talking about art for art's sake, in an earlier session. A Hindi poet friend of mine, he said, and with no offense to the English language poets, mostly from the cities, he said they write as if there's nothing at stake, and I think he has a point, So that's why we come back to this thing. Should we not respond to the environmental Armageddon which is coming our way? Should we not respond to Kashmir? Should we not respond to the things that are happening in the Northeast, to APSPA or terrorism? Is it all right, just to live in our own self-enclosed, ivory towers? Of course, you can't force to do that. Poets to do that. They value their spaces, and But when you're materially or objectively, when your own, I was. If you can bear with me,
yeah.
I'll just quote a few lines from Solzhenitsyn's Nobel Prize speech. He says, "Let us not violate the right of the artist to express exclusively his own experiences and introspections, disregarding everything that happens in the world beyond. Let us assume that the artist does not owe anybody anything. Nevertheless, it is painful to see how, by retiring into his self-made worlds or the spaces of his subjective whims, he can surrender the real world into the hands of men who are mercenary, if not worthless, if not insane." I think we are surrendering the world to the insane people now. Amitabh goes to talk about the great derangement. We have become mad. If we allow the only home that we have to be destroyed, are we not insane? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Mona, can we have a last poem of yours, and we will open the floor for discussion.
And I'll read out a very short. No, it is very short.
No, don't what poetry means to understand better, because when you
Yes, please. And we'll show the floor for questions. Because we have exceeded 45 minutes. We have no, that's not the point, but the time, you know, just flows. I mean,
Quite fast.
no. Just make it quick.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll be reading a poem of mine which I wrote in context of Mizoram, and it's in famous prohibition. What poetry means to a Nestina in peril. What should poetry mean to a woman in the hills? As she sits one long sloping summer evening in Patria Isol, her head crammed with contrary winds, pestilling the clever stars that seem to say, ignoring the problem will not make it go away. So what if Ernestina is not a name at all, not even a corruption, less than a monument? She will sit, pulling on one thin cigarillo after another. She will lift her teacup in friendly greeting to the hills and loquacious stars, and the music will comb on through her hair, telling her, poetry must be raw, like a side of beef. It should drip blood, remind you of sweat and dusty slaughter, and the epidermal crunch, and the sudden bullet to the head. The sudden bullet in the head. Thus she sits, calmly gathered. The lizard in her blinks and thinks. She will answer, the dog was mad that bit me. Later they cut out my third eye and left it in a jar on a hospital shelf. That was when the drums began. Since then I have met the patron saint of sots and cirruses, who used to stand in every corner until the police chased her down. She jumped into a taxi. Now I have turned...
My name is Natali. This question is for both of you. How far would you say that craftsmanship of language, whether it is in its expression or the use of metaphors or imagery, contribute to the making of good poetry? Shall I repeat the question? How far does craftsmanship of language contribute to the making of good poetry?
I think it goes without saying that a good poem, you know, but we come back to the same thing. It should appear effortless. The crafts not so as yet said, you know. And I think as we keep writing, we have developed some kind of what we call the inner ear. You know, it should sound right to the inner ear. So you may not use traditional rhyme scheme, the rhyme schemes, you know, but poetry. Good poetry or you know, we talk about form and content, you know, I mean, there has to be a balancing of the two. So poetry has to sound right to the inner ear, and there's always what poets talk about, something called an inbuilt rhythm in the lines, you know, so that's how it works, you know, maybe that's how it's different from prose maybe. So, but craftsmanship, you know, without craftsmanship, the poem will not work. Yeah, it's as simple as that.
Thank you.
Take Chitra's question.
My question is for the both of you. Now we have this phenomenon called free verse poetry, free verse writing, and there are also what is known as a novel in verse. Like Vikram said that in Golden Gate, and then we had the latest sensation Poet X. So do you feel that it's something that this development called free verse and writing a novel in verse is something that comes in and then goes off? Will poetry retain its, because it's linked to that craftsmanship? Is it going to stay in form as in rhyme and meter and all of those and with the metaphors, or is it going to be developing because of the way society is also developing in terms of instant communication, emojis and all of that. So how do you see poetry going on from here?
Actually, it's not a very recent phenomenon. Free verse has been known since the beginning of the 20th century formally. And see, you go to the heart of the matter with this question. Because rhyme and meter, especially we're talking about writing poetry in English in particular. I'm not going to talk about any other language. But we are not English. We are not British. I mean, we're not, white people. And we speak the language itself differently. So their form and meter, we'd have to speak exactly like them to make our poems conform to their rhyme scheme or their metrical standards or anything. So that's one thing. The other thing is that, as I said, it's not a recent phenomenon. A few years back, I think very young aspiring poets were actually experimenting with rhyme rather than with free verse. It's just the opposite actually. So it goes on like that. So it's, it comes and goes. But right now, free verse or blank verse or whatever you want to call it, it's here to stay, definitely, especially for us in the so-called developing countries, I would say.
And if anyone, I think, uses, traditional rhyme and the pattern and scheme, I think they do it for a particular purpose, maybe for satire or for something else, for a special effect, So people don't use the rhyme, the rhyme scheme anymore. It's been free verse, for a long time now. And about prose poetry, we're talking about prose poetry. What is what makes prose poetry? I'm not particularly sure. Does it have to do with the imagery? I don't know, because it's not written in verse per se. But there's an entire body of work called prose poetry. I have tried my hand at it. So I don't know what defines prose poetry. I'm not sure about that.
Any other questions? Can't hear. A poem, a round of reading. That's much better.
At least one poem each, and then we can, I think that'd be much. And since I have the mic, can I make a request? I love the short poem form. So if you have short poems, could you please? Yeah.
This is supposedly a prose poem. I don't know whether it works as poetry. It's titled Funerals and Marriages. I've stopped going to funerals and marriages. Any demonstration of grief or joy unnerves me. Solemnity withers me, and your funereal best leaves no one moved. It's not that I've forgotten kindness or to wish people happiness if they can find it. I could help the bereaved furtively after the mourners have eaten and left. I have become truly unsociable. I can't fathom why anyone would like to be comforted except by people they love selfishly. You only need hugs and kisses from people from whom you can get your morsel of flesh. I cannot be comforted except by the woman I love illicitly. I often wonder about the efficacy of marriages and funerals. Could it be because others are as worried as I was during my own wedding feast that my friends would not show up for some mystifying reason? As regards funerals, I know that if the house of the dead cannot keep a demonic hold on me, my absence will not make any difference. But I don't want to be censored for not attending marriages or funerals. I wish people would not invite me to weddings or bring news of an old acquaintance's death. If I could, I wouldn't attend even my own funeral. I remember the day I returned home, and without even seeing my father, I went to my aunt's house when I heard my cousin had died during my long absence. I tried to match my aunt's grief by trying to show some tears in my eyes, but ended up sniffing like a dog. After that, my cousin's sister, my other lovely cousin, in whose body I first sang a liquid tune, gave me pineapple to eat, and we smiled at each other. I used to dip my hands into her blooming breast, a pair of frightened pigeons. But later, my dead cousin appeared in my dreams to play and protect me again as he did during our childhood. He took a long time to go away, and I had to spit 3 times to be sure that he doesn't haunt me. I remember this film about slum dwellers in Bombay and how after the tears and the burning, they would bring out the bottles of orange liquor and get drunk and have a real ball. That's one funeral I would like to attend. Yeah, thank you.
Mona? Yeah, no problem. Okay, this is a short one. Ravi, this is for you. I don't think you've heard this. And somebody asked about rhyme. Well, this is rhymed, but it's not metered. Old men sunning on a bench. When this is over, finally over, we shall go, annotate the scenes we used to know, take a bit of blue from a November sky, pause, reflect, turn inside out the lie that when it is over, we cannot revisit a certain slant of being, a curve of the spirit. Nothing saves us, everything contains us. The girl curling her hair, face and fingers a fuss of motion, pallbearers, a hill climb, a crowded grief, a stream dried up, pebbles hard against the soles of feet, until at last, sure as a clock, we come upon old men sunning on a bench, listening to the sound of distant feet running. Thank you.
Is there any questions? I mean, this is the last chance because we're closing the session. Yeah, we have run out of time as well. And thank you. I mean, we had wonderful time with you, and it would be staying with us for a very long time. And I hope the future poets will definitely draw inspirations from you. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Shrima. Interesting session. We could have gone on.
Thank you, speakers, for that lovely session. Ladies and gentlemen, Robin S. Ngangom and Mona Zote are now available for a book signing. I'm sorry, that was, apologies. A big thanks to our online streaming partner, Kutsem Live. Moving on with our next session, we have with us speakers Mamang Dai and Eastrin Kire with Natali Ningtho Kongjam. The theme for this session will be Native Narratives. Eastrin Kire is a poet novelist, short story writer, and a writer of children's books. Her first novel, A Naga Village Remembered, reissued as Sky is My Father, was also the first Naga novel to be published in English. Her other novels include Son of the Thundercloud, winner of the Bal Sahitya Puraskar 2018 and the Tara Literature Live Book of the Year Award 2017. Bitter Wormwood, shortlisted for the Hindu Prize 2013, When the River Sleeps, winner of the Hindu Prize 2015, and Don't Run, My Love. Eastern Kiray's work has been translated into German, Croatian, Uzbek, Norwegian, and Nepali. In 2011, she was awarded the Governor's Medal for Excellence in Naga Literature. Mamang Dai is a poet and novelist from Arunachal Pradesh, India, a former correspondent for the Hindustan Times, the Telegraph, and the Sentinel newspapers. Dai was former president of a state union of working journalists, which is the Arunachal Pradesh Union of Working Journalists, APUWJ. She also worked with the Worldwide Fund for Nature in the Eastern Himalaya Biodiversity Hotspots program. Her first publication, Arunachal Pradesh, The Hidden Land, 2003, documented the culture and customs of the state, for which she received the state's Verrier Elwin Award. Dai has featured in several national and international forums. Her other publications include River Poems, The Legends of Pensam, Stupid Cupid, The Black Hill, Midsummer, Survival Lyrics, and illustrated books for children and young readers. Dai was member Arunachal Pradesh Public Service Commission from 2011 to 2017 and is a recipient of the Padma Shri 2011 Literature and Education. She is also conferred with Honorary D by the National Institute of Technology, Arunachal Pradesh 2016, the Luminous Luma Dai Award by the Arunachal Pradesh Literary Society, and is a recipient of the Sahitya Academy Award 2017 for her book The Black Hill in English. Dai lives in Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh, India. Welcome speakers onto the stage, and ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the session. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Nisha, for your introduction. And a very good afternoon to everyone. I hope you had a great lunch. My name is Natali Ningthau Khongjam, and in this session today, we have two prominent and prolific writers who have given years of their life to the production of native literature. They have done it through their fiction, they have done it through their non-fiction, and they have done it through their poetry. When I was given the opportunity to have this conversation with you, I was both so scared and excited, as I told you in my email. I was scared because of your massive bodies of work, and I would joke to my friends, no, why did they have to write so much? I was having sleepless nights. But I was also thrilled because this would give me a golden opportunity to discuss some aspects of this genre of literature that is very close to my heart. So, without further ado, we will begin the session with the basics first. Mamang, you have cited Jorge Luis Borges and Italo Calvino as favorite authors, among others, of course. And these authors are known for using styles that were distinct and experimental. When I was reading Legends of Pensem, I felt that your freestyle narrative structure was also quite unique in its own right. So, how much impact did reading authors like Borges and Calvino had on your writing?
Thank you, Natalie. First of all, let me say, we were also, at least I am very frightened because you gave a list of questions and we thought, you know, now we really have to think and answer all these questions properly. And also, I would like to quickly congratulate the organizers of Ukiyo. I think the festival has been going really very well. It's the first festival, and I would say for all youth in our area, I think we are comparable, you know. You are comparable to all the other countries where young people are also endeavoring to achieve things with finesse, professionalism, know-how in this digital era, and also with a focus on perfectioning things, perfectionism. I think that is very great. We just need to be strong and to endure.
Thank you.
Now, coming to your question, Natalie, is actually I discovered Calvino very late, you know. It was at a bookshop in Sikkim, and I was told, have you read this? I seem to have read nothing, you know, that was there in the bookshop, because I was reading more like Peter Matthiessen and still sticking to Dostoevsky and writers like that. So I thought his Invisible Cities actually was, it was really something, you know. And Borges, of course, I liked reading his poems, but the influences, the earlier influences were more like Yeats and T.S. Eliot,
Okay.
and, you know, even Emily Bronte, Emily Dickinson, people like that.
Thank you. And Esterine, you have declared a fondness for African writers. You also wrote Folk Elements in Achebe, which is a comparative study of Igbo culture and Tenimaya culture. I feel that your work is as important to Naga literature as Achebe's was to African literature. They are both mediums of documentations of history. So were you influenced by Achebe as a writer?
Mike.
Nang mette long ngang bera. Target jare ukiyo. Okay, we'll continue that later. And Natalie, yes, I was very encouraged and very inspired when I was at university and started reading Achebe, was introduced to Achebe and Ngugi and all the rest. And then I got this thought that I could, or any one of us could write novels on our culture, on our lives.
Your works, Esterine, whether they are political fiction like Sky is My Father, or spiritual ones like When the River Sleeps, they are both attempts at filling in what you call the long period of silencing of the narratives of your people by the meta-narratives of war. So what are the positive outcomes that using the insider voice could have on native narratives?
I think it's about the fact that we had been written about so much. It was always the outsider looking in and writing about us. So when we started writing native narratives, they're about, it's like the Eurocentric view and the Afrocentric view. So now we are looking out and writing ourselves. And I think we do a better job.
That's true. That's true. Mamang, in Legends of Pensem, you blend magical elements fluidly with historically factual events like the tragedy at Komsing. So, but the magical realism that you employ in this book, would you say that it was always a part of you? Like, how was it conceived? This blending of magical realistic elements with historically factual events.
I think, you know, for when you're writing, or for most writers, I think it's a very layered process. You begin with an image, okay? You begin with an image that, you know, you want to expand maybe, but halfway through, it begins to change, you know, it kind of transforms itself by itself. And in the Komsing incident, I remember clearly I had been dying to make a film, actually, a documentary of the incident, and I was seeing it in pictures. You know, the man is running. I could just hear his breathing on the screen, you know, and then he says they're coming or they've crossed the river. So I tried to put it like that, you know, leave it as it was. Because much of Legends of Pensam had already been written in great big chunks, you know. It came together later, and with Mr. Ravi Singh, who is sitting here also, who did a great job of editing, you know, and looking through the connected stories. That's how Legends of Pensam became the book it was. But originally it was like a diary of the world. I had these rather vague notions, you know, I'm sitting in a small library in my hometown. It was a story I was imagining. And there is a circular library near the airport, but the cupboards are always locked. And I thought, of all the books that are on these shelves, there is none that mentions my hometown. So I thought about this librarian writing a book, you know, and that would be... So things were born like that, but it keeps changing and mutating through the process of writing. I think that's what keeps writers at their table. You know, it's so interesting because you're finding out things all along the way.
Both of you discuss the theme of oral narratives in your works. Like you take us through the ritual performed by a shaman, the abang. And Esterin also shows us the tradition of the kichuki, or the dormitory in Sky is My Father. Are these customs still being practiced today? Like, how is oral literature being archived in your states at present?
Quite encouragingly, the kitsiki is still in practice. When my son goes to the village, he actually goes and sleeps in the kitsiki, because kitsiki is the age group house. So the young men of my son's age, or another group would be boys 3 years younger than them. They all have their own separate kitsaki age group houses. So my son goes to sleep there whenever he's in the village, and then they are taught by a parent, the elder of the house. So it still does go on.
And what about the abang? It is still being practiced?
The abang is very much alive. In fact, there's a great revival. I have also been doing quite a lot of, you know, my own interpretation. The thing with oral narratives, I think, is it's so open to, you know, different, you can put a different focus on it, you can shift on it. But what I learned this time is the abang is the classical literature of the Adi people, my tribe, yes. Adi. Let's say it's the classical literature, because we don't have a huge body of reference works and literature, you know, like other cultures have. We've just kind of come out. In fact, we were saying, you know, how our people ate up the script, so we don't even have a script. So it becomes quite a lot of work, you know, to do to gather all these things again. But the abang has been alive, and they tell me it is a chanting by the shamans during specific festivals where everything is narrated, which constitutes the history, the literature, the poetry, the spiritual aspirations of our people. So I think that is quite interesting. But they tell me every abang starts with the same beginning, you know. The prelude is always the same. You have to count from a certain period, from that nothingness, and then you move forward until you reach a point where the different branches come out like a tree. And then each shaman is free to take whichever branch he wants, evolution, or the birth of animals, or the life of man, or the roots of migration. But everything is there. It's really quite fabulous, you know, even for me, finding it again.
So it captures the origin story of your people.
Right.
So how does the native folklore of your people influence your writing? Because both of you have written a lot of work that feature it. How close it is to your heart, the native literature?
What was the question again? Sorry.
How does the native folklore of your people influence your writing?
It's something that sits inside you, deep inside. So it's unavoidable, isn't it? It's so intrinsic that it will come out one way or the other. And I wanted actually to add to your the previous question, that we still have, though we call ourselves 99% Christian, but we have a nativized Christianity. So we still have the festivals, and we still have feasts. Then we have Gena days, yeah, the no work days. So even the Christians have learned to be sensitive to the 1% non-Christian population. So when there's a Gena day, nobody does any work, respecting that. And also there's a harvest initiator at harvest, so which is part of the old religion. Unless that takes place, even the Christians will not go and harvest their fields. So there's this beautiful, harmonious coexistence. So it's still alive for us. You see it when you go to the villages. And yes, I take a lot from it. Take from bits of stories that they're telling when I'm visiting them. Or my mother, when she was alive, she was a big storyteller, so she would tell stories from the Mizos. She spoke Mizo, then also something that she would remember, quite a stray thought, but that would be enough. And also grandmother, grandfather, when I was growing up, they told many stories.
Looks like you've had a lot to take in, as coming from all these directions, all these oral narratives and accounts and memories that you've used. Speaking of folklore, my next question is for Mamang. The mystical, the spiritual, and the supernatural, they are a part of many cultures in the Northeast. But it is also a part that can lead to exoticization. So in your work, I found that you have struck this balance that helps you navigate and to present those ethos and those cultures of your people without exoticizing them. But did you have any misgivings while dealing with this subject matter while writing your books?
No misgivings like that. In fact, I seem to have been under the belief that it would simply be understood, even without footnotes or any kind of explanation, because I just felt there must be affinities. People believe all across the world in the stories of creation, and now it's a bit different, but I think most people have a memory of how it began, in their own cultures. So biblical stories, the Ramayana, the Navajo American Indian, or the Fiji Islanders. So I was thinking of those kind of affinities. And then, of course, having read, Gabriel Garcia, and I thought, if we can feel so much and feel we really understand what they're saying, and, the woman with the yellow butterflies hovering over her head, these kind of images. So maybe they can also feel, that these are their images, that kind of thing, But I know you have to be a little bit specific and locate things. And I think it's important also, Easterine, if I may just continue a little bit, for young writers also, I think it's very important that you get together and talk to each other over coffee and tea and read your works to each other, I'm a very solitary writer, like I don't tend to show, or I'm too hesitant, or maybe I feel a bit shy or something. But with forum friends, we have come to that stage where, you can criticize or joke or tease about each other's works, and I think you should begin like that, It's very good to exchange ideas amongst yourselves.
In continuation of the strand of the discussion, let us talk about spirit sightings. Spirit sightings. And anyone in the crowd who has read A Terrible Matriarchy, they would have had that terrifying experience of reading about all those spirit sightings in the books. But I feel that this phenomenon is an integral part of our existence. Believe it or not, I've had a personal brush with it myself. I was maybe 8 or 9. We did not have cable TV in our house, so I would often go to my neighbor's house to watch their TV. So one night, I was returning, and I walked out of the front door, and as I was crossing this compound, this shared compound, I felt as though something was watching me. So I turned, and I looked, and then I saw this body wrapped in white, hovering at the top of the bamboos, in the dark, swaying along with the wind. Then we had this fascinating connection for a moment. It stared at me, and I stared at it. Then I ran home. So, have you had any such experience yourself?
Yes, I have. And it's lovely to hear yours, because then you're not the only one. And I know there'll be people there with stories of their own. I was about 4, and we'd been playing in the evening. We always played in the evening, a whole group of children. And then when the play was over and it was getting dark, and the other kids had gone home actually, there was this little boy under our dining table, and he kept calling me to play. And under the dining table, yeah. I was very small, I was shorter than the dining table. So he's signaling to me, and part of my brain told me, but playtime is over, and he doesn't know, so I shouldn't play. And then he just vanished.
And that was the last time?
That was the only time I saw him.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
It is important to tell our stories ourselves. It is important to reclaim the narratives. But I feel that we cannot do it without being self-aware. Every social structure would have its flaws, like the segregation of gender-based roles for women and men that you discuss in Sky is My Father and A Terrible Matriarchy. Have you ever faced any criticism for exposing such flaws in the system?
Yes, of course. I mean, it won't be natural not to face criticism. And it surprised me that it came from women, although Terrible Matriarchy talks about gender abuse within the same gender. So, yeah.
I feel that for women writers, it takes an extra amount of courage to write about these things, because the criticism comes from many quarters. Mamang, you often explore female sexuality in your works. Characters like Nenem, Mareb, Gimur, they are bold and sensual, but you do not sexualize them. But how important do you think it is to present female sexuality in native literature, given the fact that women from the Northeast are often hypersexualized in mainstream imagination?
Well, I would say if the mainstream sexualized imagination is, it's their problem, it's another thing. But I think, what we feel and the character is there, and obviously the character is going to be such and such type of person, so those things will come in. That is how I feel, I think.
We have,
sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, I was just going to continue the discussion. Since we have moved on to the very controversial and dreaded feminist side of the discussion. Isterin, you expose the destructive consequences that matriarchy has on both men and women. So what made you write about this topic in the book? Was it personal experience or just a general observation?
Both. because I saw a family where there were 3-4 young boys, and they were becoming young men, and the grandmother would be very, what's the word for it? she spoiled them. Yeah, she spoiled them, and she was very old-fashioned. Had this idea that, oh, you have to, give extra care to the male children. They're the ones who will grow up and look after you. And one after the other, I saw these boys just becoming alcoholics and becoming dependent on their grandmother's money, and also manipulating and just all sorts of ugly things. So I wrote from both the general observation as well as being close to the family and seeing them.
You also write a lot about the masculine ideal in tribal culture, like men have to be warrior-like and they have to be strong in such a sense that they are distinguished from values and qualities that are considered feminine. But once this role of being the protector of the village and the home is taken away from them, then the disillusionment sets in. So would you say that the masculine ideal is also partly responsible for the unhappiness of men, like it drove them towards alcoholism, as is written in your works? It was almost like an endemic. So I was just wondering if masculine ideal is also at fault.
I think it'll be too simplistic to say that that ideal caused this, because it's really very complex. And our masculine ideal was the man would be a headhunter. I'm talking about 150 years ago or 200 years ago. The man, as the headhunter, would protect the women folk, and he would protect the village. That was what we had before. And then Christianity came in and headhunting stopped. But, there are some men, yes, who turn to alcoholism, not because the headhunting stopped. So I'm not happy when you provide these snap answers, because it's really so many multiple layers to that issue. I don't like to call it a problem. And if you can't generalize, you can't stereotype.
Mamang, my next question is for you. We are now coming to Stupid Cupid. No, first of all, why the title Stupid Cupid? Like, why? Because when I first saw the book, I had a very wrong impression of it, and when I started reading it, it was quite different.
I know some friends were quite annoyed that I chose that title. They said this is not good at all. But talking about myths and legends and folklore, and our different states here, it was a short story actually. It began as a short story. In fact, it was called "Life is Like an Egg." And the core of Stupid Cupid, the protagonist, was already in that story. Then I was told, this can become a little novella. So that grew up, the idea of the love nest and having a place for rent in Delhi, everything was already there. What I wanted to say was, at that time I was writing it, I had a lot of feeling, and I was really thinking, because we had been students in Delhi also, so I could, background it quite well. A lot of things actually happened. A friend of mine was killed in South Extension when I was sitting for the IAS. So that kind of thing, all those things are quite real. But it's not as if, we'll only write about Abang and, the shaman mystical thing and all. We want to write other things also. And the title came up, Stupid Cupid. The place name Four Seasons, I had to think about that. But it was already there. Then later, driving around in Delhi, I saw so many Four Seasons hotel, and it's there everywhere. Even in Istanbul, I found a Four Seasons.
Very early in the novel, Adna ruminates on living in Delhi, like the attraction that this region has for people from the northeast. They come to this crumbling, polluted city, as it is put in the novel, for opportunity and anonymity. But while Adna, even though she enjoys the freedom, she also says that her heart will always be locked in the hills of Arunachal Pradesh. So in this context, how does one go about defining home?
Okay, it's still about Stupid Cupid. Home, well, home I would say is really a place that you return to, you know. It need not be actually where your roots are. Home is, I think, tied to the idea of family and where you go back. Roots, again, is something else. You know, I feel I can transplant anywhere, actually.
Reconstructing, this is for Easterine. Reconstructing the history of Nagaland and the struggles faced by the Naga people must have been a very monumental task for you. You have presented the narratives in such a way that the books are actually a collection of stories of varied experiences. In Bitter Wormwood, you write about Himmat, an Indian soldier posted in Nagaland during the Indo-Naga conflict. So how did you come up with the idea of including that narrative?
I wanted to tell both sides of the story, and because we've had what the Mizos call Rambao literature, and Rambao literature is literature about the conflict years. And I'd listened to a lot of that back at home, and of course always heard our version. But then when I was in Norway, it struck me that no, there has to be two sides to the story. And it has to be the soldier's story, not the politician's story. We're not interested in that. So interviewed some people and got another look at the Indian side, I have to call it that. That's where Himmat came in. And I'm very fond of Himmat.
Let's talk about nature in your works. Among nature, as in the forests, mountains, and the rivers, they frequently change character in your works. In Stupid Cupid, nature is seductive. In Legends of Pensem, it is treacherous, violent, sometimes unpredictable. It can, and in the case of the Black Hill, Kajin Shah's perfect harmony with nature, it's almost symbolic. It is like he is a personification of the land and its people. So please tell us about this intimate connection that you have with nature and how pivotal nature is to the literature of your roots.
Well, I think more and more now, once, you know, I was away from Arunachal Pradesh for a very long period. So when I returned, of course, there was that, you know, connecting with an old love, you know, all those mountains, the hills, which our parents talk about, and so relearning kind of thing. But now I come to believe, and I was trying to portray, I think, in the Black Hill, through the priest, through the eyes of the priest and the Mishmi protagonist, Kajin Shah, that, you know, the land is actually, it's like a living being. That is what I have learned now, listening carefully to not exactly stories, just the daily routine of people in the village. And they don't treat it as something, you know, really different and say nature. In fact, the term nature itself should be done away with. You know, what is nature? It's just another being just like us, you know. The weather is alive. The rivers are alive, the mountains are alive. They also are subject to change, erosion, birth, death. Actually, a mountain is born and it dies. So that kind of thing. The moment we say nature, you know, we are preserving the environment and we are going to look after nature, then we are kind of imposing our, I feel, limited knowledge, but just because we have the power, you know, to do these things, say coming from global era, moving from the West and say, we're going to save nature. What does it mean? If you leave it alone, it will save itself or it will die, you know, as we live and die.
Mamang, in your writing, whether it is poetry or fiction, there is this palpable undercurrent of pain and heartache. You know, it is the kind of hurt that would be difficult to put in writing unless it has been felt deeply. So where does one locate this pain? Is it in the loss of the past, the culture and the ethos that have to some extent been overwhelmed by modern sensibilities and urbanization?
Locating the pain. Natalie, you're asking, like we're on the kind of couch and we're listening and we have to retrieve things from the past. It's very scary. But I think Dhruva Hazarika this morning was talking about a kind of inherent loneliness. So maybe that is there. And life's experiences. I always say, to bring back an old quote, which I really like. It's from the film The Matrix. Of course, it's a bit outdated now, especially for young people here. But when it came out, I thought it was a really iconic film. I loved the first Matrix. And when Lawrence Fishburne, Neo finds the door, to the oracle and all, and Lawrence Fishburne tells him, there's the door, you open it, and you find the road. And he leaves him with a little line, finding the road is not the same as walking the road. So that stayed with me, I wanted to be a writer, I wanted to live poor in Paris maybe, or like the 1920s, the Hemingway era, and that kind of thing, and to be actually poor. But life is not like that, I'm very grateful that I didn't ultimately have to eat dry bread and really struggle for my keep. So that way we have been privileged, and now we come to the stage, that you really count your blessings,
Estarine, Kelhau Kevira, the Angami word, another Angami word for Nagaland, or the land where life is good. In spite of all the tragedies and hardships, there is this hint of positivity and idealism in your works. Where do you find this courage and passion to write for reconciliation and strength for your people?
I was struggling with that question because I guess if you find positivity in my work, it's because I'm an idealistic person, and that's what I want for the world that I inhabit, but more for the world that my children and grandchildren will inhabit. So I don't want to live them a negative world. And I suppose if you see it in my work, I suppose it comes from the life that God gives me. I really, that's the only answer that I can give you.
You have also started Bach Weber Publications. It is also one of the independent publishing houses in Nagaland. So can you tell us a little about your experience as a publisher and the kind of publications that you have put out so far?
It's nothing on the level of what Rita's doing. How should I describe it? But there are some books that I wrote, and they're like play books. They're books for children, but I wrote them for the child in me, or maybe the child in me came out and wrote them. So we used Bach Weber to publish, and we have 4 members, but the other 3 are MIA. So because I'm left with a lot of the work, or all the work, we've taken a pause for some time until we accumulate enough money or ideas.
My last question, thankfully for both of you, since you are so scared. This is for both of you. Your work as writers can also be described as an exercise in archiving. So can you share with us your experience or the difficulties that you faced while doing research for your books, like the collection of oral accounts and documentation of memories, etc.?
Yeah, no, this is nice because I've had practical experience meeting a lot of people over 10, 20, let's say 15 years. And many of them have passed on now. But this was all unwritten history, and I collected information from people who experienced the war. And when we say the war, we mean the Japanese invasion. So they were about 12, 13 years old, older, and I got many stories from them. Then I also met elders in the village, and they gave me things like rituals and or just many poem translations. And in the poem translations, there's always cultural information. I felt so fortunate to get all that. So I did it in stages, and I've lost some of them because I was doing it for a research scholar, but that's another story. But I learned to ask the right questions, and I think that's important for researchers amongst us, the students. You learn to ask the right questions to the right persons, because they only have like limited memory, and if you don't know how to ask the right questions, then you'll feel that your visit has been a hopeless one, but never, because every person has his memory bank, and you can dig it up, and you can always find use for the bits of memory that they share with you. That then another exercise that I learned was to go over what an oral narrator said 2-3 times or 4 or 5 times, because every time we went over that, it was tiring, but every time we went over that, more information would come, something that they'd forgotten the first time. And then the gaps that were there in the first layer of interviews, those gaps would be filled by the second and the third and fourth and the fifth lots of interviews. So these are things that I love sharing with students and scholars. Yeah.
And Mama, your take on this?
I think the fascinating thing about history, memory, is there'll always be gaps, no? And so, years later also someone may find a little clue here, and then, you begin to connect the dots or the gaps, because who has noted down this history? Who has written a comment on that mountain peak? Somebody climbed it, okay, nevertheless, but did they get everything, off the mountain while they were climbing? So everything is, it's still an open territory kind of thing. So I think that's the nice thing about life in general. For years we were, very possessive of Dr. Verrier Elwin, the anthropologist's books, because it was the written record of most of our folklore. And he had done this wonderful collection, Myths of the Northeast Frontier Agency. And we relied a lot on that. Of course, I could take the stories and ask particular tribes, is this story like this? And they would say, oh yes, with little variations. But recently, we did a representation kind of thing, a children's story with Tulika Books in Chennai. And then I just wanted to check with the Mishmi Cultural Society. They're the apex body now. Arunachal has a lot of apex cultural bodies for all the different tribes. So I thought better to check with them first. And they said, oh no, the word for porcupine is wrong, because as Elwin had recorded it, that actually means a mat, a doormat. So it was very interesting. We're finding out these things now. And I think it's not late, it's okay. At least it's a start, and maybe there are more. We can check all the stories. That's also a mission for someone to undertake. And in the Black Hill, I was really indulging, in my own spiritual quest kind of thing. I am very seriously interested in Catholicism and, Buddhism and things like that, but also finding out, because I traveled to these villages, and understanding is really quite provisional. You never know what might have happened, who thought what, but at the same time, I did that check, by nature also I'm not one to impose or advise even young people, but I thought, I can't just put words into a priest's mouth, and make him say things, because he is also already in the past and he died an unfortunate death, that kind of thing. So it was approached with respect, but also I was lucky to have the character of Gimur, because I could put it through her eyes, and the priest had actually come to that village, for 3 days, and the records are there in the Calcutta archives, so I could use that and build on that. But the other things, the journey, the dates, the things he suffered, that is all recorded by him in his journey through Tibet.
Before handing over the questions to the audience, may I request the two of you to read out selected pieces of work from you.
Sorry. I'll read from Son of the Thundercloud, because this is one of my favorite books. I'm reading from chapter 3, Dance of the Stars. And very briefly, this is about a traveler who leaves his home because there's been a famine where he's lost everything, his wife, children, parents. So he just starts traveling, reaches a hill where he meets two women. They're very old, so he even doubts that they're human. Dance of the Stars. "What is your name, traveler?" the older woman asked. She was the taller of the two and less spectral, despite her painfully gaunt appearance. As for her sister, Pele thought that someone could easily mistake her for a length of crushed black velvet cloth blowing in the wind. Not that there was anything of the finesse of velvet about her, but it was the way she looked so ephemeral, like the wind would blow her away at any moment if it blew just a little hard. He looked from one to the other and marveled that he was having a conversation with them at all. But there was something about them, a childlike spirit and openness that had disarmed him. Already he had lost the initial fear one has of the unknown. "My name?" he said, as though he had forgotten it. Was he still himself, the heartbroken man who had left his home to travel through this parched land to nowhere in particular? Or had he become someone else and did not know? He looked at the women. They were still waiting for his answer, and now he could see their eyes, dark winter night eyes that waited expectantly, as if his name would give meaning to their existence. There was innocence in the eyes that watched and waited upon his every word. There was nothing to fear here. "My name is Pele. I'm on my way to the village of weavers. I never expected to find anyone here. Had I not seen you too, I would have sheltered for the night in one of the broken houses and walked on. Then when I noticed some movement and saw two figures in the ruins, I might have taken a different path altogether. Think about that." "Yes, we know," said the tall one. "No one comes near because they think we are the spirits of our ancestors haunting this place. But you see for yourself, we are flesh and blood. We are not spirits, not yet." Pele saw her smile as she said this, and he felt sorry for them in a way he'd never felt sorry for anyone. He wondered why they should make him feel so. Yet he also felt wonderment at their life, eating hope and staying alive. They didn't seem to be sorry for themselves, and the expectation in their eyes was nothing short of wondrous. They didn't mind their ghostly existence, so strong was their desire to see the son of the thundercloud. Everything else had become unimportant to them, and that made him doubly curious. "Do you know how far the village of weavers is from here?" he asked them. He had to confess he had lost track of where he was, and that he could no longer make sense of the directions he had been given to the village. "Ah, you must go to the village of weavers, yes. But it has moved since the time you were given directions," the older woman said. "The stars pull it along with them, and it is even further east now than when you were first told of it." "How do you know this?" Pele had to ask. "Because we watch the stars every night, and every night they move a little southeast. But you won't know because you spend your night sleeping." "We will show you tonight if you can bear to stay awake," the younger one offered. "And if I don't stay here and go on, is there another village where I could shelter?" Pele asked, for he had remembered they had no food. "Not for a whole day, and you would risk running into the wolves that attack anything on these hills." "I'll stay here then." "It is a good decision," the women said. They led him to the abandoned ruins, and he followed them into the house they lived in. Sheaves of dried herbs hung on the walls of the first room. Except for that, the house is completely bare. There were just 2 mats on the floor. They pulled one over to him. No, that's your bed. You won't have anything to sleep on if you give me that," he protested. But the first woman laughed and said, "We don't sleep much. We don't waste time sleeping. He could come at any time. But you need your sleep, or you could stay awake and watch the stars with us." Pele took the mat and spread his own blanket over it. How strange they were, he thought, surprising him every moment. Maybe he should do what they did in order to see what they saw. From where he was, he could see the sky through the many holes in the roof. Stretching himself on the mat, he lay down and adjusted his eyes to the darkness. At first, the skies above him were not completely dark. They were cloudy and unpromising. But after some time, the clouds moved westward, and the black track of sky gleamed faintly. "There!" they cried triumphantly. "Just watch closely." Pele looked at the skies, and they seemed no different than they did on all the other evenings he'd looked on them. But suddenly the stars appeared, not as fixed pinpoints of light, but as celestial bodies moving in harmony with each other like in an orchestrated dance. And the 2 women were right. The stars were moving eastward, and even as he lay there on the hard floor, he could feel them pull the earth with them. It was marvelous the way they swept slowly eastward, millions of stars all at once, and how everything obeyed. He knew, as he could see it all, that rocks were shifting and river courses were being redirected and whole mountains were sliding east. "What is this?" he asked in a loud whisper. "Hush, hush, feel it. Just feel it for now. Don't talk." Thank you.
Very nice. I'll just read 2 poems then, more quickly. I'm just reading 2 short poems. One is from River Poems. This has been selected by Natalie, so I'm happy to read it. It's called An Obscure Place. The history of our race begins with the place of stories. We do not know if the language we speak belongs to a written past. Nothing is certain. There are mountains. Oh, there are mountains. We climbed every slope. We slept by the river, but do not speak of victory yet. An obscure place haunts the hunter. The prize slips away. Yesterday, the women hid their faces. They forbade their children to speak. Yesterday, we gave shelter to men who climbed over our hills. For glory of a homeland, they said, those who know what knowing is. And now the sleeping houses, the men and the villages have turned to stone. If there is no death, the news is silent. If there is only silence, we should be disturbed. Listen, the tone of a prayer is hushed. If a stranger passes this way, let him look up to the sky. A smoke cloud chases the ants. See, they have slain the wild cat and buried the hornbill in her maternal sleep. The words of strangers have led us into a mist deeper than the one we left behind, weeping like the waving grassland where the bones of our fathers are buried, surrounded by thoughts of beauty. There are mountains, oh, there are mountains. We climbed every slope, we slept by the river, but do not speak of victory yet. This is a newer, unpublished poem. I think many of our friends here will recognize this. It was written, you know, I was telling you, you must meet up and talk to friends and, you know, just gossip and chat over coffee. So many things you'll find inspiration, you know, you'll be inspired with. So we had the Northeast Writers Forum meeting in Pasighat, and there was a lot of churning and talking, and things came out of that. So with glasses being stuck and all like that. But once upon a time in Pasighat, it's called, for friends of a different sort. The house is unswept. Never mind whoever comes. Bamboo leaves scraping the floor. My friends are of a different sort. If you see a fly, do not lift your white hand, my love. The cobweb in the corner will do the job. And if the town lights die, we'll sit with the wind. Inside, outside, my friends are of a different sort. Each star has its soul. In your sleeping eyes, my love, dreams will rise and fall, slowly coming to rest. When the house grows old, tomorrow our children will know timelessness with friends of their sort, under the broad roof, slanting beams of light, the beauty of bone, the universe on the walls. Thank you.
Thank you, Mamang. The questions are now open to the audience. Any questions from the audience? Just
so my question is for both of them, but it's different questions. So for Istrin, you know, I mean, I began reading your works while I was in GNU, which is almost 10 years back now. So I have not been just reading your work. I think somewhere I also started following you as a person, you know. So it's not just the books that I you know, got used to reading, but also, you know, I started reading the writer. So, you know, while listening to you, you know, through the session, I can't help but thinking about, also looking back at the number of works that you have published in the last decade, starting from Mari, A Terrible Matriarchy, Bitter Wormwood, then When the River Sleeps, for example. I could be completely wrong, but this is my impression that as you stay longer in Norway, far from Nagaland, geographically speaking, but it seems that when the book, when The River Sleeps came out, I felt that the longer the farther and the longer geographically you sort of moved away from Nagaland, though you keep coming back here, Delhi, Nagaland. I feel that the books that you're writing, the literature that you're writing seems probably more closer, more rooted, While at the same time, I also keep thinking, when will I get to read your impressions about your life out there in Norway? Your experiences. I'm not talking about a biography, of course, but I'm also talking about some amount of reflection, some amount of impression coming from there. So these are very fragmented thoughts, of course, but I'm wondering, so this geographical, distance between Norway and Nagaland, but then the transition or the evolution in your works. So if you could just throw some light, And if I should just complete my question for Mamang Dai as well. I mean, my introduction to both of your writings happened at the same time while I was a graduate student in GNU. So when Legends of Pensem came, obviously I was struck by the work. And we discuss among many other writers, of course, from the region, from northeastern states, we discuss your works as well in the Indian English writing course. And so maybe personally for me, Legends of Pensem stuck with me so much that when I read Stupid Cupid, I didn't feel like it's you, it's somebody else. I'm sorry to say this, but I don't know, just could be that the other book stuck inside me so deeply. So when your other works came out, then I felt like, okay, now I feel a slightly similar experience which I felt, with Legends of Pensem. So I'm just thinking, do you as a writer in relationship to readers, do you get typecasted as a certain kind of writer? Do you negotiate the kind of work, the kind of genre, the kind of story you tell? Of course, given the example of the Legends of Pensem and Stupid Cupid, and how I felt, at least. So this is just was thinking. This is what I was thinking while listening to your sessions.
I have a question for you. Then, do you read Norwegian? Because if you want to read details about my life there, I've written it in Norwegian. So, and it's not very poetic because I wrote it myself. Maybe it'll get translated to English someday. Yeah.
Well, about typecasting, that's what I was saying, with Legends of Pensem, and because we're doing a lot of work with folklore and mythology, but for me, mythology has always been, it's not just mythology, it's, how to describe it, it is, it's like sustenance, I love the world of mythology, all world mythology. I'm very interested because I think maybe I never grew up, or I just remained, that open mouth child, wanting to know more about the realm of spirits and, good people, miracles, that kind of thing. I don't know, it is an enchanted, world of wonderment. But Stupid Cupid, I wanted to do that because I felt I needed to kind of exorcise something, that was a period in Delhi, and I wanted that story. But there also, as you know, it goes back to the village, and she has that feeling that maybe in the end you need some kind of permanence, what will happen if this lover of mine rejects me, or if he dies, I can't even go to the funeral, that kind of thing, hidden, forbidden love, all those things were coming out. And Black Hill again was something else. But basically you're not thinking of the readership so much. I'm not negotiating with an unseen reader or readers, you know. It's just trying to tell a story. Maybe with poems or even pieces of prose, you might have a few friends in mind, you know, oh, I wonder what they would say. Maybe or maybe not. Most of the time not, you know. You're just writing, you want to get to the story. Does that answer your question, Davidson? I don't know. Yeah.
Any questions?
Hello, it's indeed a privilege to be here. I'm absolutely thoroughly enjoying this festival since yesterday. Kudos to Ukiyo to put this together. It's incredible. Often in Northeastern literature, we use, you know, this word magical elements and magic. And I don't know, I've been living in the hills of Tamenglong in Manipur for the past 2 months. And I'm really privileged to be here in this beautiful ancient land. And I live with a tribal family in the hills in Tamenglong. And I realized how much I've learned in the past 2 months, which I haven't in the past 38 years. I think the basic learning of just connecting with my surroundings and the environment, like on a deeper level itself, was a huge revelation to me. Like, I feel the people of the lands have like this deeper connection with, I don't know if it's a deeper connection, but they have a connection with their surroundings. A connection that I feel I've lost and a lot of us are losing over time. It seems like the many other realms of their surroundings that they see that I don't see, that we don't see. So maybe is this what we're calling these magical elements? Because the more and more time I spend here, for me, it's not magic anymore. It's what it is. It's just that we've forgotten to see it. We've forgotten to feel it. We've forgotten to hear it. We've forgotten to connect. And I'm so privileged that I have this feeling. And am I valid in saying that maybe we shouldn't use this word magical elements? It's a question.
You're absolutely right. To call it magical and this and that, it doesn't work, because the supernatural that we describe around us, or the spiritual world rather, and the connection that we have with it, that is reality for us. It's sort of, it's so much a part of us, it's integral to us. And whether as a Christian or as a Naga, we grow up aware of the spirits around us, and that there's a hierarchy of spirits, there's a creator deity, then there are lower spirits who still have to be propitiated, but not worshipped. It's only the creator deity who's worshipped. We grow up with awareness of all this, and also respect, that we have to respect the spiritual world. We have to respect the animal world, the plant kingdom, and that's how we can live in harmony with all these. And we are also aware that ignoring, neglecting, or even damaging these other worlds will lead to our destruction. So you're very right, it's wrong to use the word magic, because it's so much more than that.
Thank you so much.
Any questions?
Since Estrin mentioned the Norwegian language, I have to ask this question. Holocaust denial is a criminal offense in over 25 countries in Europe. Yet, Hitler's autobiographical account, Mein Kampf, is still in publication, even as we speak. Maybe there's a reprint of his autobiographical account somewhere in the world. But the rationale of why Hitler's autobiography is still in publication is because people should learn from such madness. Yet, the space for freedom of expression is rapidly shrinking around the world. There is little space for dissent, neither in this country and in different parts of the world. What do you have to say about that?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Okay, let me repeat the question.
No, please don't.
Okay.
Please, let's take it afterwards. It's too heavy for me.
Okay.
But okay, the little that I know,
Yeah.
yes, there are groups
Okay.
in Europe, in Norway as well,
Yeah.
who do that Holocaust denial.
Yeah.
And it's too complicated.
No.
Let's talk about it afterwards.
No, see, since you mentioned the Norwegian language, right? I was just thinking about Norwegian author Karl Ove Knausgård, who has fed off this our continuing obsession with the German dictator by borrowing the title of his book from Hitler's.
Yeah, but again, there's that question of unwritten history that comes in.
Yeah.
And how for many years, the world was unaware of the fact that 1 million or 50,000 German civilians also died. And they were starved, they were driven out from all the other areas that had been theirs before the First World War.
Yeah.
So, see, I say it's complicated because it's all that unwritten history that's also mixed up with it, and which is now coming out in our times. And then there are many groups now in Norway who do this, and the government is not brave enough to say no to them. So it's really a Pandora's box. I don't think we should open it in a public space.
One last question. Jerry, did you wanted to ask? Okay. Okay then. I guess with that we shall conclude this session. Thank you for coming and being with us, for your support.
Thank you for that wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, Isrin Kire and Mamang Dai are now available for a book signing. You may interact with her if you wish to. Ladies and gentlemen, we have almost come to the end of the day. Before we break for a small tea session, I just wanted to also announce that the last session of the day will be with speakers Pradeep Panjobam and Tayanjam Bijoy Kumar Singh with Armstrong Chanambam. And the theme for this session will be Fiction Starts Where Non-Fiction Ends. Fiction and Non-Fiction in Manipur. We shall continue with the last session after a small tea break for about 15 minutes. Thank you so much. them for the book signing. Okay, moving on to the last session of the day. We have with us Pradeep Panjobam and Tayanjam Bijoy Kumar Singh with Armstrong Chanabam. The theme for this session is Fiction Starts Where Non-Fiction Ends. Fiction and Non-Fiction in Manipur. The same will be moderated by Armstrong Chanabam. Pradeep Panjobam is the former editor of the Imphal Free Press and author of the Northeast Question, Conflicts and Frontiers, and Shadow and Light, a Kaleidoscope of Manipur. Tayanjam Bijoy Kumar Singh is a bilingual poet, writer and translator from Imphal, India. He writes poems, short stories and non-fiction in both Manipuri and English languages. He translates from Manipuri into English and vice versa. He has to his credit 4 books: Turoi Ngamloiba Wagi Lanban, Nangi Wari, Manipur Trilogy, English translation of Ratan Thiam's Manipuri plays published by Wordsmith Publishers in 2008, Ramu Prasad's Angel. Requesting our guest or speakers to kindly come on stage so that we may continue with the session. Thank you very much and enjoy the session.
Good evening, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure to share a stage with 2 distinguished authors from the state who are practitioners of 2 different forms of writing. So let me begin by asking you, Sir Pradeep Panjobam, what's the first prerequisite of being a journalist? Yeah.
Being a journalist, first of all, you have to have a nose for news.
Yeah.
You have to know what news is, and also the next thing would be to be able to present it in a way that is consumable. And I suppose those are the important things. The most important thing is that your sense of identifying news. I think that will come first.
Sir Vijay Kumar Tayanjam, I just want to know what's the state of Manipuri literature. Is it more even? Is it barely there, or is it thriving?
I think Manipuri literature is not doing very well nowadays. I think it is on a downwards trend. Earlier, in the second half of the last century, it was coming off, and it was a very good literature. Now, nowadays, actually, it's on a downward trend. It's my view, because we are now totally cut off from other world, and we are passing through a very difficult phase, because there is a shift from one script to another, and our children are not reading Manipuri books. This is mainly our fault, because we are not giving books for the children, and we are not producing books for the children to read. And we are always blaming English medium schools for this, but I think we are to be blamed. I mean, we the adults, actually, The adults are to be blamed because we are not giving any material for the children to read. And this way, I think what I see is that the books coming out, I mean, many books are being published nowadays. I mean, I get lots of books, and even though I don't read the whole book, I try to read as much as I can. But I don't get any, what you call, interest after reading 1 or 2 or 3 pages. I mean, the books cannot hold my interest, and the thing, it's very monotonous. So I think, and one more thing is that not many people are reading because readership is very, very, very low. I mean, those who are reading Manipuri books, we can count on the tip of the finger. This is a very sorry state of affair.
Do you think that there's still hope?
Yeah, there is hope. There is hope because I have seen some young writers. Their writers are very good. So I mean, I don't get to meet many people, but if I'm to give any message to the young writers, then I want them to read as much as they can, and they can learn as many languages they can, and don't be afraid of the imposition on them that they shouldn't write this and that. They should be free. Only when the mind is free, they can come out with the real work. Why we are in this sorry state of affair is because of the imposition from many sides that they can't do this and that, they're burning language. Many restrictions are there. I'm sorry for that.
Okay. Apart from the two of you, there are barely any authors from the state who's writing in the English language. Can you tell us why is it so? Sir Pradeep, will go first.
I think there are a number of people writing in English, except that they have not been able to find the right forum to publicize themselves. But I think there are quite a number of people writing, younger writers, including in journalism as well as in book writing. And probably also that we are so much into the vernacular that we are still not very comfortable with English. Probably that's one of the reasons, but I think it would be wrong to say there are no writers in English, because there are, I've seen a number of young writers who have written and also basically also in the non-fiction. Fiction is a little different. I think the title of this session is also the link between fiction and non-fiction, which is a title given by David Joy. And it's nice in a sense that what do you make of fiction and what do you make of non-fiction? And I find that as the title suggests, that you start from non-fiction and then go to fiction. And non-fiction is about the material world. You collect data, you are presenting data in a way that is comprehensible and also tells a story. But when you go into fiction world, I think I would say that it's a kind of revolution that happens from the base of non-fiction. And I would like to quote, as a non-fiction writer, I'm myself a non-fiction writer, and as a non-fiction writer, I'd like to quote two authors who've done quite interesting work on this, both leaning towards psychology. One is somebody called Jeremy Rifkin. He has done a book called The Empathic Civilization, that the idea of empathy was born at some point in human history, and that empathy is what connects people. If there was no empathy, there would be no civilization, there would be no connection between you and me. I will not be at all concerned about you or anybody else if there was something, this emotion or feeling or a value which we call empathy. If this was not there, it would not have been possible for anybody to connect with each other. I will not be able to see your suffering or happiness and feel that joy or the sadness. And that would have left people to be isolated beings. That I'll be an isolated island. Everybody would have been like that. But the connection has come about because of empathy. And if time permits, I'd like to expand a bit on what Rifkin said about this. That it is actually something not just about cultivation. You cultivate this empathy, but it's not just about cultivation anymore. It's been there with us, it's been a compulsion under which humans lived for a long time. So it has become a biological kind of attribute of humans. That he says that there are some certain things called mirror neurons in our heads, that I am able to reflect what somebody else is, something that which is happening to somebody else. And they actually were experimenting on this. There was a macaque monkey where they were watching the animal's head was all wired up, and then all the nodes were there to record the impulses that were being sent out. And he was supposed to open a nut. Then what happened was, while that experiment was happening, so many of the discoveries actually happened because of accidents. There was an accident. Somebody walked into the room, and he saw those nuts, and he also liked the nuts. He opened it, and what happened was the monkey was watching, and immediately when he was watching, the sun neuron in the head lit up, and then after that he was able to do it. That he was able to feel what the other person was feeling, the other being was feeling. So this empathy is strongest in humans. It's also there in some primates and other advanced or evolved beings, but it's very strong in humans, that I am actually able to feel the pain that others feel. Supposing somebody was to walk into this room and then he stabs himself or cuts himself up, all of us would scream. Although that injury is not on me personally, I can almost feel that pain. And that's the kind of connection that comes about. And he says, and before I come to Rifkin, there's another fellow called Jordan Peterson. He has also explained the same thing in a much more interesting way. He says the difference between an animal and a human is that humans are able to imagine space and time, which an animal cannot. So my dog, for instance, cannot be planning for the future. He doesn't have anything called the future. But the side effect or the consequence of awareness of time is that you suddenly realize that you're limited, that you have to die one day. Everybody around you will die. As in the previous session, Mamang Dai was saying, the mountains are going to die, everything is going to die. That kind of consciousness comes about only when you're aware of time. If you're a being that was not aware of time, that sentiment will not be there at all. And humans are gifted with this, that you're able to actually feel time, actually assess time, so that you know what the future is, and you know that future is limited, that you have only a certain number of years you can live, and during that time you have to do whatever you're doing. And Jeremy Rifkin also says the same thing in a different way, saying that this awareness of the limitation is what gives us this empathy, that we are in the same boat. You know, a child, he says, by the age of 3, he's able to recognize himself in the mirror, and also his or her name. And then by the age of 8, he's aware of death, that there is something called death, life is limited. That kind of awareness comes about at the age of 8. So suddenly you realize that everything is temporary, we are in the same predicament, and that sameness, the tragedy of that limitedness of time is what gives us that empathy, and which connects us all, and that binds us together. You know, it's like sinew made out of tragedy, which is binding us all together. And I think that is necessary. This is what, when you write fiction, I think we'll have to come to that kind of awareness. When you're writing non-fiction, you don't have to be doing all that. You're just recording whatever is happening, and then telling a very comprehensible story out of the facts. But when you shoot off from the facts, the material world, and then go into the fictional world, you're still based on facts. You can't go and say something which is not possible at all, or something which is not linked to facts at all. But you're exploring a much wider space. It's suddenly become a huge arena that you're working on, and also it's limitless. They can explore the possibilities in very different ways, unlike what non-fiction writers will be doing. Non-fiction writers will be giving you the exact accounts of what happened, and also the interpretation of what may have caused those phenomena. But fiction is something else, and I think the two will have to go side by side. Now, when you read history, for instance, there was so much of discussion on history in the morning. History is also a genre, which is why it's so limited, that it tells you only certain things. It doesn't tell you, supposing we are having a conversation here, this is not history, but this is a fact. And E.H. Carr actually says this, that there are certain things called facts, and there are certain things called historical facts. And what qualifies for historical facts is something else, that it has to be telling the story of the state formation and state creation and all that. So in 49 BC, when Julius Caesar crossed the Rubicon, that is a historical event because it tells of the beginning of the Roman that insurgency, and which created Rome in a different, molded Rome in a different way. But we talking here is not going to change anything, so it's not going to be history. So in 49 BC, if Caesar crossed Rubicon and that became history, millions of others have crossed that same stream. Those are not history. That kind of limitation is there, but that limitation is because of the genre. That you're writing, supposing I was to be writing about, say, fishes. If I'm writing out varieties of fishes, I wouldn't be thinking of architecture. It's like that, it's a limitation, and not something which is deliberate or anything. That's how I feel.
Coming back to Sir Vijay Kumar, it's not that we don't have very talented writers who are writing fiction, but there's very few Manipuri authors who are translated in the English language. By being translated into the English language, I mean like they are not very well known outside the state. So why is that so, sir?
There are many factors for this because we don't have good translators. It may be because I don't know. And in fact, I was involved in translation projects 2 or 3 times. One is for, with Katha, and one is with Andresa. That was for children. It came out well, but I faced into trouble. I mean, when I tried to contact translators from Manipur, I really had trouble because here people are not very much aware of the standard or of the work they do, because if we go to big publishers, they're very much they take into account everything. If the language is not good, if the translation is not good, they count lots of things, but many people are not aware of it. Just they change it, the Manipuri text into English text. I mean, English language, it doesn't mean it is translated. Translation can be done in many ways, and it is also good to know for whom you are doing the translation. If you are doing the translation for academics, then you can go for lots of footnotes. And if you are doing the translation for general readers, then I think you have to minimize the footnotes and build in all those translations within the sentence itself. This can be done. And it is not only the words that can be translated, it can be translated in many sense, then culture, so many things have to be brought forward. There lies a difficulty. And one more thing is that we have to understand the original writer, or we have to understand the original writer, because what I have seen is that our old writers, they are very particular when they give name to a character. The name itself carries lots of meaning. So we have to be careful with that. And I just wanted to add what Pradeep has said. Yeah, Pradeep has said the thing, and with that, non-fiction and non-fiction itself is not all imagined character or imagined events in fiction. Fiction and fiction, so many real things are there, because a writer cannot write what he doesn't know. When whatever is happening in his milieu, that it will certainly influence him. So as Mitra Fukan has said, that in her book, this is in her book, what was that? Many of the events are real events. So when we write fiction, many of the events can be real, that only that character can be imagined character, a fictitious character, then we can and reenact the real thing. So it becomes fiction. So the line dividing fiction and non-fiction is very thin. So non-fiction also, fiction and fiction also contains lots of non-fiction.
Sir, since you are a very distinguished journalist, I asked the same question to Jerry Pinto yesterday. When it comes to journalism, one factual inaccuracy seems to jeopardize a great work of journalism. In the case of fiction, a single truth elevates that work of fiction. What do you think about it, sir?
No, in journalism, you have the typos and sometimes you make mistakes. But that's understandable because you have very short deadlines. You're chasing very short deadlines. You're supposed to be writing within, say, 2-3 hours, one article. Or, you may be, if you're writing an article, you may be given a slightly longer deadline. It's not like writing books where you can check facts every now and then and upgrade them and all that. That doesn't happen in journalism. It is for this reason that it is often also referred to as literature in a hurry. You're always in a hurry. You have to complete it. If you write today's news tomorrow, it doesn't make any sense. So you have to be writing it today. And so those mistakes which come in, I think, are quite understandable in some ways. And also the readers know it. But good journalism should be about acknowledging those mistakes when you have the next opportunity. And that actually is done. And also, journalism is a different kind of writing, as you said, that this is literature in a hurry. But it also has been described as the first draft of history, that many of the later researchers will be depending on what the journalists wrote in hurry, that you are catching up with time always. But those people who have the leisure to actually refer back to those events, reports of those events, they will be also using them to build their theories. So I think it complements each other. That journalism is, it has to be, of course, completely non-fiction. You can't be writing fiction. Although now the idea of assessment, giving your assessment is becoming very important, that you're not just saying one person killed, but you are supposed to be also giving the perspective, the background context and all that, so that people are able to judge on their own what may have happened, what may have been a cause. Now, if it is a factual thing, you mention it. Otherwise, also you are supposed to be also making those judgments, a journalist. And this thing actually came up in the time of trauma reporting, especially in the Balkans crisis, when they had ethnic cleansing in Bosnia and others. There were reporters covering those events. And then they came were faced with the dilemma. Am I supposed to be just reporting the event, or am I supposed to be also taking sides in a way? If I see a child beaten up by an adult, am I supposed to just say a child was beaten up by an adult? And the adult said this is the reason why he did it, and the child said, am I supposed to be giving moral equivalence to the victim and the perpetrator? These kind of questions come about, especially when you're caught in a crisis situation where the victim and perpetrators are well defined. Supposing it's an armed gang doing a robbery and they beat up people, am I supposed to be saying that the police said this, and the armed gangs, they had a reason for that action? Am I supposed to be giving that moral equivalence? That's a very difficult question. And in fact, during the Balkan crisis, many of the journalists actually said, I will not do it anymore. Jackie Rollins, I can remember somebody from the BBC. He said when Slobodan Milosevic was being tried in the International Court of Justice, as a journalist, she's supposed to be just reporting what she saw. But she said, I am also a witness. I'm not just a journalist. I will go and testify. So she went and testified. That kind of defiance came about because of this. And this morning, in the earlier session, you were mentioning the Holocaust. And that in the Holocaust, the same kind of thing happened. Am I supposed to be just reporting? Or am I supposed to be actually being to testify as a witness? That kind of dilemma comes about. As a journalist, I'm also a witness. And as a witness, I have a moral responsibility to actually have those people guilty booked. And that kind of dilemma is always there. And we have to strike that balance. We just can't be just objective in the sense that you only report the things that happen before you. You're also expected to be actually saying or giving hints or giving a perspective on that particular event.
So, moving beyond the binaries of fiction and non-fiction, writers, are the proud wearers of the beige coat, public intellectual. Aren't they supposed to bear witness to history, and when something very wrong and some form of injustice is going around in the world, isn't the moral responsibility of a writer to write about it, or is this sort of all this stark social reality around the writer?
I'll tell you something about how I started writing, because I have got this thing. I don't have any formal education in literature, and it's quite different from my profession also. But some incident pinched me. Then I wrote a short story. That is for myself only. When I write for myself only. Even now, since I'm not a professional, I write for my satisfaction, even poem and all. Only after I finish that, sometimes I think that I should give this to the praise, and if the praise accepted, it's well and good. Otherwise, I have got many unpublished ones, and I need to publish it, polish it. So, yeah, you said moral responsibility is there. It pinches me when I see something wrong happening in the society, and whatever I don't want, then something happens, it pinches me, then I write. I write for my satisfaction, not for others to read. Then readers come secondary for me. The next stage, in the beginning I write for myself, then readers comes in later on. When I want to publish it, I want to give it for publishing. Then I see another thing also, that I do not hurt anyone by mistake also. I see that I do not harm or hurt anyone. So with my writings, then if I want to complain or anything, then I twist it, and I twist it in such a way that I'm not directly hitting anyone. I take care that I'm not hitting anyone, and no one is even harmed, or no one is hurt. So it may be different for other writers.
So what about you, sir?
Yeah, actually, this is an extension of what I was saying, that truth, the idea of truth, it has a moral component. You just can't say somebody murders somebody and then you say that you just leave it at that. Somebody murders somebody and let the law take care of it. So the truth is, you're actually responsible as a responsible spokesperson, or as somebody claiming to be speaking truth. You're also supposed to be giving a perspective to that thing and add a moral component. You have to be, especially in a situation of atrocities, you're supposed to be also able to, as somebody on the ground, you're supposed to be also able to identify, because you have a better perspective, that who is a victim and who is a perpetrator. It's a very dicey thing that you make judgment on the spot like that. But as somebody who's in practice, who's actually seeing, who's a witness, you're supposed to be adding perspective, the moral perspective to that particular event. Otherwise, truth has no meaning. If you just keep saying, you talked about Holocaust, 6 million people killed, and 6 million people, their hair was taken away, made pillow, the gold teeth were removed.
Yeah.
If you do only that, then that truth itself loses its meaning, loses its weight. You're supposed to be saying, you're supposed to be weighing the moral, weighing the event on a moral scale, and say this is absolutely wrong. And I think this is what was happening when the idea of the human rights came about. Before that, people thought the Enlightenment age came, and then people thought science will take care of everything, progress will take care of everything. You bring out a truth, and then everything will be settled. But if that didn't happen, they had two world wars, 100 million people were killed in the 20th century. So by the mid-20th century, people said, no, this whole thing about objectivity is not enough. There has to be a moral component to anything that happens, and that moral component has to be weighed on a certain scale. And the Human Rights Charter is about that scale. You bring out a charter saying that certain things are wrong. Whether it's objective or not objective, it's just wrong. You just can't kill somebody. You just can't allow slavery. You just can't, so many things that you can't be asking why. Why is slavery wrong? I said, no, this is wrong. This is absolute. This is an axiom. This is, or in legal terms, they call it the peremptory norms, or the jus cogens. So if you have a jus cogens, slavery is wrong, child labor is wrong, and the gender inequality is wrong. You have to just pass that judgment and say, this is, don't ask me any more questions. You know, it's like, I recently saw an interview of a scientist, and he was, the interviewer was asking some question like that. Basic question, beyond which you cannot go. Why do I eat? I want to quench my thirst or hunger. Then why do you want to quench your thirst? You can keep on asking, but there has to be a point where you weigh and say, there is no more. There's certain values you cannot just encroach upon. So the Human Rights Charter is about that. And of course, even the Human Rights Charter was not enough, so they have come out with other, the UNDRIP, United Nations Declaration of Rights of the Indigenous People, where you take into account some of the customary laws. But in the customary laws, again, the same problem. Supposing my custom allows slavery, would that be allowed? So the peremptory norms are going to say, no, whether your customs allows it or not, certain things are definitely wrong. You just can't do it. And that's the kind of thing that moral judgment, that moral component to truth is very, very important. And that's been acknowledged everywhere. That Enlightenment age belief in science and progress solving all of our problems is no more. That moral component which was neglected for a long time is now coming back. That you have to have a subjective judgment of certain events or moral value to every event, in fact. Then only truth becomes meaningful.
It goes without saying that you are a writer of great non-fiction prose par excellence. Didn't it never occur to you to try your hands at fiction writing?
Yeah, actually I would love to, and I admire so many people who do it, but maybe it's beyond my capacity. I have not tried it, but maybe it's beyond my capacity. As I said, you do the factual things, and from there you explore into something else, and you're exploring an uncharted territory, which has immense possibility. That you, for instance, although I don't write fiction, I do read fiction. And for instance, when you read the history of Russia, and you read War and Peace, the sense of Russia that you get from War and Peace is much fuller than what you get from the historical accounts of that war, Tsar, so-and-so came to power. But there you get every aspect of what Russian society is about. Even when Moscow burned. Why Moscow burned? There's an explanation that you can actually come to a conclusion. But in reading history, it just happened. That fire just happened. But in reading it in fiction, then you get a sense of that this was something inevitable. And that kind of thing happens. And also in the morning, I was quite listening. It was quite interesting for me when the discussion on history and memory was happening. And both of them have their own limitations. History, as I said in the beginning, is also a genre where you don't take into account certain facts as historical, and certain facts you just pick up as historical. But in memory also, sometimes you remember things that didn't happen at all, or sometimes you forget things, which is more common. So both of them have their low points and high points. And so which is why I say that fiction and non-fiction, they have to be balanced for us to be able to give a truer picture of the reality of any given period, any given era.
Coming back to Sir Vijay Kumar, what sort of advice you will give to budding authors who want to try their hands at fiction writing, especially from the state here?
From the state, as I have said earlier, I mean, if they want to try their hands and at fiction writing, then they have to read lots of things. Not only fiction, but they have to gather as much knowledge as they can. Then only they can try their hands. And they can read lots of books, but they should never copy anybody's writings. They should try to produce on their own. That's my advice.
I think in fiction writing, although I am not a fiction writer, I think the idea of empathy is very, very important. You're supposed to be putting yourself in the shoes of another. When you see another man suffering or is in joy, you're supposed to be able to go into that person and feel what he feels. Then only you'll be able to create real characters. Real characters which are reflecting the mood of the age, the zeitgeist, as they call it. You can recreate that if you have this empathy, if you have that strong sense of empathy. And the strong sense of this empathy, as Jeremy Rifkin said, I'm not saying it, but Jeremy Rifkin said, is something built within us. And in some people, those mirror neurons are missing. Some pathologically ill people, and they are the ones who don't have any feelings. They, in a sense that you see somebody die, have a terrible accident in front of you, and it's just neutral. You don't feel the hurt, the broken bones. It doesn't make you uneasy. Then there's something wrong with you. And there are people who are actually born with this deficiency, and they can turn into pathological killers because they don't have any feeling. But if you have that strong sense of empathy, then you can feel, you see a beggar, you see a rich man, then you can feel what each of them would be feeling if that empathy is strong. So I think for fiction writers to be really great, that thing has to be there, as John Keats called the negative capability, or I think it's that egoistic sublime and negative capability. Shakespeare is supposed to feel that. Shakespeare, for instance, when you analyze a character like Hamlet, you don't see a bit of Shakespeare in that. But when you analyze a character like Satan in John Milton's work, you see a bit of Milton's own personality in the different characters. But you don't see that in Shakespeare. So that's the difference. And I think that negative capability or complete identification with the people you create, with the personalities you create, is what is most important in actually coming about with good, great fiction work.
I think we have gone off the tangent quite a bit, and with that I'll wrap up the discussion and open this session for questions to the audience. Any questions?
Hello, my name is Fariz. First of all, thank you to both sirs. First of all, thank you, Sir Pradeep, for trying to actually juxtapose the topic to a particular kind of, I started in my head theorizing about this thing. So instead of making a binary, you try to put it in a frame where there's a kind of thin line between fiction and non-fiction. Regarding this, I have a question. What is the actual, and this goes to both the, panelists, either can answer. What I was wondering was, yes, there is a thin line, very thin line, including in the field of journalism. The thin line, how can we just make it a kind of clear, even if there is a thin line between the two, taking that, what would be the reference? For example, if non-fiction you talk about, particularly in journalism, there has to be some kind of reference that will make it a kind of non-fiction. Fiction doesn't need to have a reference. Whether it will go for reference to the market between what is to be called fiction and non-fiction, including the field of journalism, or is it like other references such as the focus of the truth? Like if it is too much focuses on kind of truth, that is reporting, then will that be keeping the background of Indian journalism, particularly electronic journalism that we see on TV sets? It should be focused on, if it is too much focus on the truth, the fact, would it stick to the non-fiction? And if that kind of truth is a bit of stretches out, will it be fiction? So what is the exact thing do you think that two can be separated even if there is a thin line exist? It is referencing or kind of focuses that is stretching on too much of truth and emphasizing too much on truth, or stretching the truth. If stretches, will we call it fiction? If it is focusing without too much stretching on the truth, will it call non-fiction? What would be the references? Thank you.
No, there's so much of echo. I don't know if I really got everything that you told me, but told us. But I would say that again, the difference between history and the fiction and non-fiction, I think they are complementary, as I said. And the biggest difference I would say is that fiction is going to give you a sense of that era. History is only going to give you a sequence of events which had brought you to the present. But fiction will give you a sense of there's so much of factors which make you, any individual, behave in the way he behaves. I behave in a certain way, not out of any vacuum. I'm prompted by so many things, my interaction with my society, then my insecurities, my sense of joy, my sense of aspiration, and these are determined by that period. And history will not be able to capture all that. Fiction, a good fiction, will capture all that, which is why I was saying that you read War and Peace is much, you get a much better sense of Russia than you read History of Russia, because History of Russia is not going to give you things like that epiphanic scene where Prince Andrei is there on Bratson Height, he's about to die, and then he sees Napoleon, and Napoleon in the face of when at the threshold of death, even that thing, he was always in admiration of Napoleon. But at that moment, he saw Napoleon, he saw him as somebody very vain. Those kind of things, those kind of sense you'll never get from history. But you get it from the work of fiction, because the work of fiction, the writers are informed by all these factors. History will be talking about the data, what the archives, what was there in archives, which king was in which period, that kind of thing. But in work of fiction, you will be talking about, say, when the Napoleonic army marched into Russia. The Russian army went and fought them outside Russia, and that army was a different thing. But when they fought it on their home ground, defending their home, they became a different army. Those kind of sense you get from reading fiction, good fiction. But you don't get it from reading history. In history, it'll be saying Napoleon army defeated the Russian army in Austria, but in Russia the table turned. It's just a factual thing. But you get a sense of the entire thing, entire era, entire energy that prompted the Russian army to transform itself from reading fiction. And I think that's where the difference is. And that's where, if they are complementing each other, you can't do without knowing history. But history is not going to tell you everything. And which is why I think work of art is important. And there's so many things that factual accounts of events cannot possibly portray, which has to be done by the other account. Which is also why I think in the earlier discussion why history as well as memory is important. And in the memory thing, let me just recount one event, one very famous incident where somebody from one of the concentration camps, the Nazi concentration camp, was being interviewed as an experiment. They wanted to test how reliable memory is. So there was an old woman about 60 years old. She was a inmate of the Auschwitz, the infamous concentration camp. And she was being interviewed, and there were cameras recording it, and there were historians and psychologists sitting there watching her response. And she was asked what happened. There was a rebellion in Auschwitz, 1944 or one of the years, I forget the exact date. And she was there in the camp at the time. So she was asked what happened on that day, and she said, "No, I heard noise outside. Everybody was jumping, elated that they were going to break free. So I also rushed out, and then I saw 4 chimneys burning. Then what happened was they actually had a film recording of that particular event, and there was only 1 chimney burning. So all the historians dismiss her, saying that memory is not reliable at all. So we can't say memory, we can't equate memory with history. History is factual, memory is imagination. That it has a lot of component of imagination. Then there were 2 scholars, somebody called Dory Lobb and Shoshana Feldman, two of them, they were psychologists, and they explained it in another way, that she was actually portraying a psychological landscape, that she was, at that moment, they always thought they were losers, that the Jews were not fighters, and suddenly they saw the fight in them, and they came out, they were elated. So that elation actually conflated that particular event in her eyes, and she was giving a portrayal of that. And that portrayal of that particular event through her eyes will give you the picture of the elation of the crowd there. And why, otherwise, if it was just factual, if she also believed that there was only one chimney burning there, we can't do anything, that rebellion may not have happened at all. So what they concluded is that this subjective vision of things can actually alter the course of objective history. So the subjective interpretation of an event is as important as the objective event, because that both of them change the course of history in their own ways.
Okay, then I'll supplement what Pradeep has said. Coming to Manipuri language, Imphal amasung magi singnung Imphal and its climatic condition. It's a fiction. It's a novel which got Sahitya Academy Award. It's written by Pata. So it's a story of a character. Through his eyes, he was telling about the condition of Imphal at that time. So when we write fiction, the fictional characters can pitch together all what is happening here. Happening here may not be that actual newspaper report or whatever he sees. So it's pieces of non-fiction and stitched together and made it into a fiction.
Hello, sir. My question is for Sir Bijoy Kumar. Good evening, sir, and good evening, Pradeep, sir. My name is Lakshmi, and I'm also a writer, but I write a blog, and I also write poetry. So my question is regarding modern poetry, like poetry which is seen in 2019, 2018 sorts. So many people, classicists mostly, they criticize the new poets, saying that they don't follow a rhyme and meter, like they don't write in iambic pentameter, or they don't follow the regular rhymes that have been taught in the literature colleges. But some of the poets like Rupi Kaur, like many youngsters, they like her poetry, and they are sort of like called Instagram poets. So because they became famous from Instagram. So sir, what I wanted to ask you, as a poet yourself, what is your view on these kind of prose poetry that is very popular amongst the youth today? Perhaps even older generations read them. And because my concern is the classicists, I've seen that they do not like these kind of poetry, and they really look at it in a bad sense. So I want to know from your point of view, what do you think about these kind of prose poetry that is very popular among the youth today? Thank you. Yes, sir, for you only. Because Pradeep mostly write fiction.
I write fiction and I write poetry also.
Yeah.
But I'm not an academic, so I don't know which genre it belongs to, this prose poetry and all. But you look off in the dictionary, it's given there. Poetry. Yeah. Because I don't teach literature, and I never learned literature in my life. I mean, as a subject. I write though. And as far as I'm concerned, prose poetry means which deals with something different, unique, or not like the original story which we write normally. It's something different, different from what we write in short stories and all. Even in short stories also we write different things. But there is, it's again here, it's very difficult to describe what is prose poetry and short story. It's a kind of short story with a different, what you call, it's tackled differently. and imageries may be there, all things. And again, short story also can have what non-reality of characters. With that, we can write short stories. But again, in the prose poetry, we do the same thing. So it is how you define yourself. And coming to all those meters, rhymes and all, I think many of the modern poets, they don't care about it. Rhymes, it was very important in those days because it was put to music most of the time. Now I think it's no longer being done now. I think Robin had already answered many of these in the morning session. Okay, there is saying, answer your questions. Okay. Could you give the mic to him?
Okay, so I would like to recommend you Rupi Kaur's poetry books. I think you will enjoy them. I mean, they are new, but maybe you will enjoy them.
Yeah, I also have written many prose poetry.
Yeah.
In this volume also there is one, where is that? In the recent volume, Eastern Muse, one of my prose poetry is there.
Okay, I will check it out.
Then 6 of my poems are there, one is prose poetry.
That means you agree with you are okay with that.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to know your opinion. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, both the sirs. Suchitra here. Mr. Fanjobam, when you juxtaposed between fiction and non-fiction, you mentioned about non-fiction as just facts and reality, of course, as we understand, and non-fiction having a wider arena and to do more importantly with imaginations. But my thoughts there were, aren't these imaginations also a very intricate part of the real, the facts, the lived, or so to say, the experienced? Aren't these imaginations also, a part of what we experience in life? So to say, don't the facts, the reality, beget the imaginations that we find in fiction? And this can be to both the sirs also, but particularly for Mr. Tayanjam, you mentioned about the dirt in translation works here. I hope there is light at the end of the tunnel there. And to cite a personal experience, I would like to kind of share with you that there has been advice and encouragements to write in the vernacular, to write in Meitei for the, I would say, the basic reason that if in English there might be, there will be less readers. So I would like to, know what your take on this is as someone who has seen, done and traveled the journey. Thank you.
I would like you to just, because there is so much of echo, no? They can just hold the mic a little further away from and tell me the same thing and just so that I will know what.
I was talking.
Oh.
I was talking about when you talk about imagination in non-fiction, fiction being only the fact and the realities, and non-fiction having a wider arena where there is imagination also. My thoughts there is, aren't the imaginations also a very intricate part of the real, the lived and the experience? And to put it in short, don't these facts and reality beget the imagination that we have in the fiction?
Yeah, again, let me just guess what you asked because I'm not able to get everything. You're saying that that fiction gives a more rounder picture of events. Is that what you're saying, or that in non-fiction you're just putting facts in a sequence which is comprehensible, which tells a story, leading you to the present? And in fiction, also you're doing the same thing, but you are tangentially taking off from that base. Is that, yeah, because I know there's so much of echo, I can't, yeah. Yeah, I think that'll be nice if you can come up and... Put it
others can hear.
Yeah, others can hear.
Others can hear.
Yeah. Or you can do it from there also. Yeah.
I was talking about how you began your discourse with, when you juxtaposed fiction and non-fiction. Am I audible to you now?
Yeah, now I can hear. I can.
You talked about fiction as real, the facts, and non-fiction having a wider arena, because there we can dwell on imaginations also, which is true, of course. But my thoughts there were that, and the imaginations also a very intricate, important part of the real, the lived, and the experienced. To put it in short, don't the realities, the facts that we live, beget the imaginations that we put into the fictions that we read or write?
Yes, yeah. That I think is very well taken. That unless you have to first belong to an era, and that era is non-fiction, and from that, but to capture the complete picture of that era, you just can't be doing it on who's the chief minister, who's a cabinet minister. That will tell a story. But you also have to be talking about, say, if in a fiction writing, what the insecurities of the people were that led to a certain man becoming chief minister, or what the aspiration of the people were. Those aspirations will not come into history, or those insecurities, or those elations. Those will not come into that history. So I think what history leaves out, fiction fills it up. Good fiction, I would say, because many of the fictions are also not up to the mark, in a sense that they also divert too much, and also are not, you have to have a vision, that vision is lacking. So I think my own opinion is that good history writing is necessary. You have to be factual, you have to be, which date the elections happened, who won, by how many votes and all that, you have to know. But then also you have to be seeing the energy behind that particular event. And to see that energy, I think what is necessary is fiction. As for instance, when you have a novel like Heart of Darkness or Lord of the Flies, it's actually a poetic interpretation of Freud's personality dynamics. Those kind of things I think is necessary, because when you just read Freud, you may not be able to digest or comprehend or even agree with everything. But when it comes out in the form of a drama, of what happens when, say, the civilizational values don't make any meaning anymore, then you revert back to that animal that you were originally created with as. Then when you see the entire picture altogether. So I would put the complementary aspect of fiction and non-fiction in that sense. And these few novels illustrated very well, Lord of the Flies included, and also the Heart of Darkness. They actually tell you so much about the human personality and the human personality functioning in a civilization. If that civilization is removed, what happens to that personality? He becomes a raw animal. And that kind of thing you see very well in fiction. But in non-fiction, it may not be possible to actually describe it.
You asked me one question, but I couldn't get it. What translation?
You have to come a little closer.
Just that you mentioned there's a dirt in translation works here.
Uh-huh.
My hope there is that there is light at the end of the tunnel on that count. And I was just sharing a personal experience
about translation,
about writers here, how we are encouraged or advised to write in the vernacular, to write in Maitailon. For the basic reason that if it is in English, there will be less number of readers and publications will be a problem, and there won't be many to publish our work if we write in English. So I wanted to hear it from you, your take on this matter as someone who has seen it, done it, and traveled the journey for so many years. Thank you.
It seems to be easy, but it's very difficult to answer. Yeah, we need to encourage. If we want our language to live a vibrant life, then we have to encourage the young generations, youngsters to read and write. Writing can come only after they start reading. But we don't have children's literature, so there is a shortage of this. So we have to fill in this gap. Only then children will start reading in their own language, our own language, and when you read, then automatically writing will come. But as such, we can't enforce anyone to write in Manipuri or in English. It is up to the person. So, or we can't enforce, but we can encourage. Encouragement is required. But for the children, how do we encourage them to read and write into Manipuri? So we have to give them books. This is where the weakness of Manipuri literature. We don't have children's literature. And we always put the blame on English or any other language. You see in other places, in other states, they have got very strong children's literature. And children who are studying in English medium, they read their books in their mother tongue. And say in South India and all, I think many of the people, they speak 3 or 4 or 5 languages, and they still read their mother tongue. Okay.
Dhruva has a question.
Do we have time, or since we are running out of time? Martin, do we have time? Like
Dhruva has
5
a
minutes?
question.
To ask okay. See, I'm going to be very blunt because since it's the last session of the day, it's the last session of the festival, and also since this session sort of is centered around Manipur, which is the hosting state of the festival, then obviously I ask myself, what is my takeaway? Since it's the end of the festival, what's the takeaway? And maybe I don't know, maybe some others in the audience might be also probably having the same question. What is their takeaway from the festival? So I'm going to be very, very blunt because the title of the session seems a little sort of vague to me. I'm not sure where it's heading towards or what are we sort of really sort of digging into, right? It talks about where where fiction ends. The title goes something there. So I mean, the whole binary between fiction, non-fiction. I mean, we can go on and theorize around it. I mean, for example, if we just pick up Amitav Ghosh or Leo Tolstoy or Orhan Pamuk, and I think probably Amitav Ghosh's Hungry Tide is a good example because in that book it talks about documentation, translation, but also writing, fiction. So there's a lot happening. So trying to sort of draw those concerns, within the ambit, within the circumstances, within the issues that we are grappling with today, that is in Manipur. For example, at the moment, we're struggling with Bengali script, Meitei script, then there's English. We're talking in English language here. So then, what is this whole linguistic, discourse? I mean, where are we heading towards? Given the kind of digital media that's taking over, given the kind of digital media that's sort of crystallizing very fast, so are we heading towards a more Anglo-English medium? So then, what do we do with Meitei script, then Bengali script? Then what do we do with our history, literature that's been written in Bengali script, prior to that in Maithilon script. For example, the case of the, the Chronicles, the Puya, and then the whole role of translation.
A little closer because we are not able
Okay, sorry. So I'm saying that the whole discourse around language.
No, you are still inaudible. So can you please come a little closer? Okay.
Please come. I'm more interested in what you said about Bengali script and all those things. I would like to.
Okay. No, what I mean to say is the whole session seems to be a little vague to me because I'm not sure where we are, what we are really talking about. Are we talking about literature? Are we talking about journalism? Are we talking about history? Or are we just going to theorize and try to sort of understand what is fiction and not fiction? So I was a little concerned, what is the takeaway from the last session? Especially the last session is centered around Manipur, which happens to be the host of this, the festival. So then, can we also not talk about, the whole debate and discourse around language today, script? In the case of Manipur, in schools, in newspapers, Maithilon script is gradually sort of replacing the erstwhile Bengali script. So there's a lot happening, but also there's this English, which is also taking its own place. So I don't know, I feel that we are in a juncture of this clash of languages and scripts. Also at the same time of, then at the same time, on the other hand, what in literature? We have a lot of literature written in the Maithilon script. Also, not just Maithilon, I mean, it's very convenient to talk about Manipur almost synonymous with Meitei, because there are other tribes as well, there are other dialects as well. So then, when we talk about Manipur, can we just talk about, Maithilon and, Bengali script? How about the other dialects? So can we also sort of open the discussion a little more, maybe a little more critical, maybe?
Actually, when we talked about this fiction and non-fiction, we were not restricting ourselves to Manipuri only, that Meitei only. It's open to all.
No. So this question is not targeted to the speakers at all. I mean, just going by the title of the session.
No, title doesn't give the distinction at all. It's a very broad subject. You can bring off any topic, but we may know or we may not. This is only an interaction, this is a discussion only. We are not expert in all those fields, but we are just, sharing our views, and whatever we know, we are just sharing. And
that's all right.
We don't claim we are experts on it, on the fiction or non-fiction. For that purpose, I'm an electrical engineer. I never studied literature. I studied English language and English and Manipuri language up to 10th standard. That was in 73. After that, I never studied. And
so like I said, this is...
I'm coming to script. Now, I'm interested in all these things because I collect and I read and as much as I can on these topics. Coming to the thing, script, you are saying that Bengali script was never enforced on us. If you see very good. And people are always saying there is a confusion between myths. So, Davidson, his name is Davidson, no? Davidson. There is a confusion between myths, legends, and history. Then my question about Gadivan was enforcing Bengali script on Manipur, on the Meiteis, and my question to them is, if he had enforced the general people to use Bengali script, because in those days only a few elites could read and write, then all the records and the palace still continued to be recorded in Meitei script. Till the end of the last century, this was, till the end of the 19th century, all the older people, they knew both the scripts. then this is, we Meitei scripts could not adapt to the technology, that changes in technology, so it died out a natural death. It was never enforced on us, as what many people are saying. You look for yourself. This is my opinion. And when Chandrakirti was communicating with the British in Meitei script only, later on it was changed to Bengali script. How this was gradually done, you know, the thing, and under British, many Bengalis were employed. All the clerical staffs were Bengalis. Then when the Meiteis got the Western education through Bengali medium, so those educated Meiteis, they were knowing Bengali script, and all the clerical staff were Bengali. Then the praise came, and when we wanted to issue a large number of copies of a book or anything, then it became a problem to write it with hand. It had to be printed. So gradually we couldn't adapt to the change in technology. It died out.
So Davidson, let me answer your question. Okay. The very fact that you are not taking anything away from this session means that we are not able to articulate what we are set out to do in the very first place. That basically means that we still have a lot to cover. We still have a lot to traverse. Manipuri literature as such, on a broader perspective. Okay, with that we'll wrap up this evening. Okay, there will be book signing at the back.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, Pradeep Hanjobam and Tayanjam Bijoy Kumar Singh's books are also available at the store. You can interact with them for a book signing if you wish to. We're almost coming to the end of the festival, but before that, I would like to request Yambung R.K. Rameshwar, Managing Director, RK Fortune Developers Private Limited, and also the title sponsor for the Ukiyo Festival, Literature Festival 2019, to please come and say a few words, please. Yambung R.K. Rameshwar, may I invite you, please, on stage. Thank you.
Ukiyo Literature Festival 2019 ge aroibenu miki evening session sida tinbiriba eminent personalities sing loina ngasi program sibu coverage pibiriba print and electronics medagi personality punung pusu wahangna kai khunu bagalung na hanu maktada nungpa phangdok sari Ukiyo bookstore amasung Zenex Educare anina online store video asugum laba yamna tang laba Ukiyo Literature Festival sina asuguma festival sina Manipura masin tungkhaliba young writers singbo makoida tongan be inward man bibiduna tongan ba thongna bibiduna masak nairaba masung fajaraba literature ki field da tongan ba fiction novel kya puthokpa ngamnaba honabada choba thokdang ama loragani haibase han bakta da yak
ꯊꯝꯖꯒꯦ ꯂꯣꯏꯅꯅ ꯑꯁꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯐꯦꯁꯇꯤꯚꯦꯜ ꯑꯁꯤꯕꯨ ꯄꯥꯜꯂꯤ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯣꯟꯁꯔ ꯇꯧꯖꯕ ꯉꯝꯖꯕꯒꯤꯗꯃꯛꯇ RK Fortune Developers Private Limited nasu asugumba festival asida saruk khatang yazaba gi khudong chaba ma pibi bagi damakta su ehakna tawin khangba masu ngai bu sari aroi bidai na thamjaring badi leibagama samajama fagat pa masumamay sumbada aiba singi achoba thaudang logduna lagli aiba singi credibility na aiba singna puthorpa wakhalona akoina mokoina piba samajda piba khurulna leibag mabu sembada leibag mu fagatpada ngasi achoba thaudang logduna lagli bani asumba festival sina Manipur gena tunglam chata anoba young writer mayam groom toba ocean waiba wafam si thamjaraga asugumba festival si makha tabrasu kairak sinduna Manipur gi khunaida Manipur gi young girls star singbo ngasi Manipur gi young talents mayama yokapa bangam sanu waiba wafam si thamjaraga pungpu amukana ikai kumdaba utsari. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful words. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the session, end of the festival. But as all good things must come to an end, in ordinary life, they say, we hardly realize that we receive a great deal more than we give. And that is only with gratitude that life becomes rich. On that note, may I request Martin Thokchom, owner of Ukyo Bookstore, to please come and thank one and all present here for such a tremendous support and for such an amazing response. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I'll just make it short. I'm proud to say that Ukyo Lit Fest has been successfully organized. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who helped us in making this event a successful one. First of all, the speakers, which include the writers, publishers, and editors. Thanks for believing in a bunch of young and first-timers organizing such a festival. A year ago, we were only dreaming, but when you said yes, that dream became a reality, and we really thank you from the bottom of my heart. We hope to see you all again next year. We are also very grateful to the readers and book lovers of our state who attended our festival. Let this festival be the push that is required to cultivate a reading culture in our state. I would also like to thank the sponsors, donors, and everyone who helped us raise the funds to cover the expenses of this festival. I'm also grateful to the two wonderful hosts and also the volunteers who have been such a help to us. I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce our team to everyone. We worked really hard for this event, and each of the team members is instrumental in making this a possibility. So I would like our host to call each member of our team on the stage, please.
Thank you, Martin. Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time of the day where we obviously have to congratulate and applaud all these hardworking people who's behind the festival. I'm going to be reading out the names one by one. May I request each one of you to please come on stage for a photo opportunity. Martin Thokchom, available here. Rakesh Konjengbam, can I have you on stage, please? Armstrong Chanambam, Natali Ningthok Hongjam, Parul Tayanjam, Kulbushan Kundrakpam, Reji Thokchom, Thokchom Tutu Singh, Atom Devashore, Irengbam Gemini, Yaifaba Irengbam, Rishikesh Khudongbam, Robin Wangkhem, Angamba Mayeng Lambam, Romesh Thokchom, Ashwini Thokchom, Jennifer Thokchom, Sandeep Yengkhom, Niraj Laishram, and Rishi Laishram. Can I have you all on stage, please? Thank you. Please give them a big round of applause.
Taking permission from the audience, on behalf, my fellow poets and writers have made a request to me to speak on behalf of all of us who have come from outside Manipur. Istrin, will you please come up, take a joint photograph? Just want to tell you it very briefly that I think all of us, yes, not I think, all of us have gone to many literary fests all over the country. Some of us have gone abroad, attended literary fests. Some of these literary fests are huge. They spend crores of rupees. Some a few lakhs, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs. In each of these we have found, and it's a unanimous understanding among us, that is the spirit behind the festival that is very important. What really affected us, all of us, this last 3 days, is the absolute sincerity, honesty that went behind the making of this fest. Initially, when we first came, we thought we'd be in the hotel, and we thought, this is pretty far away. When we first entered here during the first 15 minutes, we didn't see any trees in the compound. We thought, oh, this is very barren, and hence probably the festival also will be barren. How wrong we were, all of us. It's been a splendid, incredible experience, and I'm not using these adjectives just to please you, because there's no reason to please you. You all are matured audience and matured readers. But to the wonderful organizers, first came in touch with Natalie, email-wise, to Aruna and to Martin and the whole group. I know their names by heart by now. I think, words are not sufficient. And I wish, I think Mamang would be very appropriate to write a short story on them, and Robin a poem on them, and Mona too. I think Istrin, when you go back home to Norway, please tell them that Norway is equally important in this festival, because there was no cold here. It was all warmth all the way. So thank you very much, everyone, Aruna, Martin, Benjamin, the security guards and the boys who were there sitting there, the lunch, the tea, where is Rakesh gone? Pradeep is here, the one and only Pradeep, and I'm standing here feeling, I'm trying to fight off my own shyness. Generally, it's not done after the vote of thanks, somebody coming up and saying it, but my friend had said this. So, cheers to Manipur, cheers to Imphal, and more important, cheers to Ukiyo. Hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray. Thank you very much. But there's one problem. Robin, you'll have to come again because I'm not downstairs. Just 1 second. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. That's it from us for today. Hope to see you all next year. Thank you to all the attendees, participants, authors, writers. I hope you all had a brilliant time here, and see you all next year for sure. Thank you. Thank you.